Live from the Fastport Studios in good old New Orleans, this is Nemo Nation with the legendary trucking voice Dave Nemo and the great Jimmy Mack. Let's go with it right now, baby!
They are yakking on YouTube. They are friending on the Book of Face. They are leaving their heart on the iHeart. And, man, they have the audacity to be at Odyssey. Hey, man, they've opened that Pandora's box. They're also, some of them, making their way to a certain app, which will not be named. And, of course, at RadioNemo.com, where you can click on 365. Good morning from Nemo Nation to Nemo Nation, where a fast and furious format of freight, facts, and fun fuels your Monday morning. And by the way, the Grumpy Pete is already here. He says, so the slow days of summer in the freight market begin. Glad we have hashtag RGR to keep us pumped up. Joe J says, morning Nemo Nation, back to the grind for me today. Not feeling the post-vacation Monday. Oh man, am I with him on that, by the way. Dave.
Yes.
I was actually curious. If you're one of those people who always feels like the 4th of July feels like a Saturday.
That's a good question because we've always done the show on the 4th of July, so it just felt like a regular day through my career.
The thing is that I did the show. I mean, had a great show, by the way. A lot of that content's going to slowly make its way onto the tube of you and every place else where we actually put our content after these shows. I'll be straight up with you, though. About halfway through the day when I was at my brother's house by his swimming pool with his friends, I'm like, oh, my God, I got to get back to work the day after tomorrow. And Ryan's like, are you working on Sunday again? And I said, well, no. He said, it's Friday, man. It felt like a Saturday.
Yeah.
And the 4th of July always feels like a Saturday, which means the 4th of July should be against the law to actually fall on a Monday. Because, man, it don't feel right on a Monday. It just doesn't feel right on a Monday. Best day for the 4th of July? Thursday. Thursday is the best day to have a 4th of July. Because, man, that's a long weekend. Wednesday, you're pushing it. But a Thursday is like peak 4th of July. Guys, welcome to Nemo Nation. As I said before, a fast and furious format of freight, facts, and fun that fuels your Monday morning. Hope you guys are all having a great time. People are logging on. Our good friend Paranormal Pie Man arrived on the scene. First on the scene, by the way. Paul Starkey says, good morning, RGR. And Bruce Almighty says, good morning, RGR. Good morning to all of you as you log in. Hit that like button, by the way. We'd love to see you make that particular miracle happen. You can also give us a call at 615-292 6366. Got a heck of a show, Dave. We got 10 guests in 4 hours. Are you ready? Or are you typing?
I am typing a thing to everybody. I'm typing a
Dave is
comment. This is cool. This is really cool.
Dave is transfixed by the newfangled technologies. Speaking of the newfangled technologies, we got, like I said, a whole Fast and Furious lineup. BB Legal makes her first appearance on the new format for Nemo Nation, Bridget Blitch. We got two Codys today, one to talk about and one to talk to. The one we're talking to is Cody Kohler. We'll follow it up with Dan the Man Ronan. We'll be jonesing for Jamie. Actually, Jamie will arrive before Dan does. We'll be jonesing for Jones when Jamie Jones, the managing editor over at Landline, arrives at the scene. Wade Seaberg is going to be here. Rick Rules with Rick Gobble. Mike Roth of the NACFE is going to be here, as he is wont to. Rebecca Brewster. By the way, we've had Atri on the air, Dave. Mm-hmm. We've had Atri on the air.
I know.
But she has not yet graced our presence. She's one of our biggest supporters over on Facebook, always checks in, always hits us with the info. Dale Bennett, who is the Virginia Trucking Association's head honcho, is going to be joining us, talking about the I-81 improvement plan. And then a friend of mine, actually, that I got a chance to meet when he first ascended to that particular role over. Here's the thing. I went to the North Carolina Trucking Association's conference in Georgia.
Yeah.
Straight up. That's where I met him. Met Ben Greenberg there. He's going to be here to close out the entire show. And we're glad to have you guys here. How was your weekend, by the way? How was your 4th of July, other than stopping in for a good 30 very funny minutes?
4th of July. You know, it was kind of a quiet 4th of July for us this year. But I did pull out the hibachi. So
What'd you put on it?
Burgers.
Anything else?
No.
Straight up burgers.
Straight up
you
burgers.
did a Ron Swanson.
Yeah.
Straight up Ron. Did you have anything on the side? Just chips?
No, I had baked beans and something. Oh, corn on the cob.
Baked beans and corn on the cob, which was a conversation we had on the show on the 4th of July. Speaking of hamburgers, we just got this posted. The hamburger whodunit, Chris Carosa, who is a hamburger historian, actually, and by the way, a genius when it comes to marketing. His interview where we talked about what makes a good hamburger was part of. It was a good conversation.
That was a great conversation.
That book is terrific, by the way, because he really does use detective techniques to actually find out who invented the first hamburger. That set off a lot of conversation, by the way, on the chat over on YouTube and, of course, over on the chat on Facebook.
You know, this is funny though. We watched a two-part series called Lost Cities of the Bible. One of them was Nineveh, one of them was Babylon. You know, that sort of thing. And they're trying to figure out
That's
what
how
people.
you spent your fourth, right?
That's how I spent my fourth.
I want to make sure people didn't
Yeah.
just a random non sequitur. Okay.
But at any rate, what I'm getting at is that we don't know where or when or who started Memorial Day, and I kind of go through that song and dance every Memorial Day. Because they said it was started in the South, and then President Lyndon Johnson, came up with an official city, someplace in New York. But what I'm getting at is that we know so little about what happened 50, 75, 100 years ago. How can we possibly know what went on 7,000 years ago?
Yeah,
You know what I mean? We don't know what happened yesterday half the time.
Yeah, I mean, and the people, here's the thing is, though, there are people that do, and there are people that spend their entire life figuring it out. But that's the thing. If you're going to make claims that you know what happened 7,000 years ago, you better show up with a whole lot of expertise. You know what I'm saying? You better have charts, graphs, and a whole lot of geological surveys behind you. You better be Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
And it better be the Temple of Doom.
Yeah.
That's what I'm simply saying. We got a great show. I told you we're going to talk about Cody a little bit here, not just Cody Kohler. But before we get to any of that, I do want to remind folks that we are over here live at the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House. Fastport solves America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. By the way, if you want to see the historic Degas House and the Fastport Studios, you are invited. On July the 23rd, over here at Radio Nemo, we're going to have a ribbon cutting ceremony, metaphorical. There'll be no ribbon and we will not cut it, but we will have an international...
Just like everything on radio.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing is real.
Nothing is real. It's like Strawberry Fields. A couple of really quick things. We will have a celebrity chef, a presidential chef. We won't give his name away yet. We will be interviewing him later on in the week. We're going to have gumbo and potato salad. Gabriel Santana, who is from Sao Paulo, who owns one of the top 50 bars in the world. He will be joining us. He will be part of a bourbon tasting thing. We didn't arrange that. Somebody else took care of that. There'll be a bourbon tasting. He's going to make a signature drink. There will be a bar and one of New Orleans' most interesting and compelling up-and-coming musical happenings, The Coven, led by Kimberly Kay, who's been on this show before, is going to be joining us. They are kind of a band that can actually give you 12 people. They can give you 5 people. They can give you 7 people. They're going to have a little group of 6, which leaves enough room for people like Nemo and Lindsay Lawler and maybe Andy Polikoff. When he makes his way down here. He'll be here. You are invited. Our good friend Diver Driver asked me point blank, what's the dress code? It's summer in New Orleans. Combine
Dress
that.
is optional.
Yeah, dress is optional. Combine that with looking nice, and you should be solid. You get the idea what I'm talking about here?
Yeah.
Shorts are more than welcome. Of course, we want you to be comfortable. Just don't come like, Franklin from Lower Slobovia. That's all we ask. But yeah, come here, comfortable. Bring your friends. There's no charge, by the way. We're not like charging people at the bar. There's no ticket price or anything. If you do want to come, all we ask you do is write us at weekends@radionemo.com just so we can get a sense of a head count if you're going to show up here. Even if you're not sure if you can make it, but you want to make it, still let us know. We'd rather overplan for your arrival and be sad that you're not here than, we'd be thrilled if you surprised us. We'll make room for you. but just give us a sense if you're coming. We'd love to do that. You can also call us right here and tell us. I'll write your name down. 615-292-6366. People are already calling that number. Who do I got on the phone?
On the phone, we got Mark from Ohio.
Good morning, Mark. Tell Nemo hello.
Good morning, Jimmy. Morning, Dave. Morning,
Good morning.
Madison with the T, and Dre hiding wherever he's at.
Hey.
No, I'm just getting home. Just did one load today just as an extra day that didn't want to take away from the other guys working, and just walked into the house.
So you're done.
So timed that nicely. Yep. I'm done till Wednesday.
That's outstanding, by the way. That's a well-earned break, my friend. What are you going to do with your day other than sleep for a little bit?
Chiropractor appointment this afternoon, and tomorrow probably going to surprise my daughter that's up in school in Cleveland and my other daughter that lives up there and the grandson with a visit tomorrow, but haven't quite made those plans yet.
How is the grandson doing, by the way?
He's doing quite well. They're having a few growing pains up there with work and such, but other than that, everything's going okay that they've told us. So,
what's he doing for work?
Well, no, the daughter that's been going to college or to university.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure we were talking about the same person. I'm like, when did that kid suddenly get a job, man? That kid was like a little kid about a year and a half ago. They put him in a work for him or something. I was like, that was crazy. So
no, I just meant his mom, jobless at the moment, and problems with transportation and such. So just trying to get that worked out for her.
Yeah. Jody says good morning, by the way, from Illinois, and I also wanted to let you know,
morning,
Dave,
Jody,
that our good friend Paul Starkey said he just wanted to let you know he really enjoys those music history videos you post. It's a good question, by the way, Mark. I'll ask it for you. Thanks for thinking of it, though. When are you going to post some more music videos, Dave? When are you going to post some more of those Trucking Tunes Tuesdays? People really like them. They really dig them. They're checking them out.
Yeah, those were done with I didn't have the right gear the right video gear, but I'm going to get a teleprompter.
You're going to get a teleprompter.
How do you like that?
I like that very much.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Mark, have you ever used a teleprompter, by the way?
No, sir, I have not.
They are pretty darn groovy things that everybody thinks, how could I ever keep up with it? It keeps up with you. Mm-hmm. That's the best part about a teleprompter. It actually keeps up with you. It's a really groovy thing. All right, my friend, we got to take a break here, but I wanted to get you in to say good morning. Anything else you want to add?
Nope. Hope everybody had a safe 4th anywhere, and we'll catch you guys all later in the week.
Thank you, Mark. And as Mark shuffles off his radio coil, we have to turn now before we get to the break to tell you that this sports report is brought to you by ShadyRays.com. Cut down on the glare of the hype with Shady Rays Lost and Broken Protection game plans. Their customer service and their knowledge, of the industry are like a good team, a good major league team, as a matter of fact. And don't forget, they've got your back at ShadyRays.com. Let's talk about yesterday's baseball game. There's one to talk about. The Bronx Bombers actually broke a 6-game losing streak, and they snapped it. Here's the Cody I wanted to talk about with a miraculous, might be the play of the year by Cody Bellinger. Did you see any of this, Dave?
I did not.
No. I mean, it's a crazy thing. I want to kind of tell you about this. He catches a sinking liner, and you've got to see it to believe it. I mean, he catches it with just a few inches that Juan Soto hit. And then it isn't that's miraculous, is that he makes the catch, and he comes up throwing, and there's no other way to describe it than essentially a cannon. He launches a rocket, and he doubles up Francisco Lindor. Yankees 6, amazing Mets 4 over at Citi Field in the city. On this day in baseball, by the way, in 1900, Kid Nichols defeated the Cubs 11-4. It was his 9th season in the majors. It was his 300th win.
Wow.
That is the fastest any man has ever gotten to 300 wins in the majors. In 1937, today was the All-Star Game, and Franklin Roosevelt became the first American president to attend an All-Star Game and throw out the first pitch. And this is kind of funny. Do you remember John Rocker, the Atlanta Brave reliever, who basically said that New York was a cesspool full of queers?
Yeah.
I mean, not my words, his.
Yeah.
So the minor league baseball team actually had a game called John Rocker Awareness Night. 672 people showed up at that minor league game, the most in that stadium's history. I can assure you the people that showed up are the kind of people with nose piercings and blue hair that never go to minor league baseball games. It's a very successful night. Thank you to John Rocker. And by the way, this is the final thing that I think you, Madison, and Dre will all enjoy. Here's your odd sporting news. So last Thursday, July the 3rd, more than 300 people donned inflatable dinosaur costumes at Emerald Downs, Washington for the T-Rex World Championship races. This began as a Tri-Guard pest control team exercise in 2017. In 2018, it had gone so viral and become so popular, they opened it up to the general public. It got shut down for COVID. It is now so popular that it will be rebroadcast later on in the summer on ESPN2. And a big congratulations to Andrew Student from Houston, who was the winner of the T-Rex World Championship races. It also had 3 Tyrannosauruses parachute from the sky and join the racers on the field.
Oh, my God. Yeah, just like old times.
Speaking of old times, let's hearken back to the days of old. Everybody rise, put their hand over their heart for our pledge and national anthem and a good bracing word from the Right Reverend Java John.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. I want you to know that God is faithful. And in Isaiah 35, verse 10, it says, and those the Lord has rescued will return. They will enter Zion with singing. Everlasting joy will crown their heads. Gladness and joy will overtake them, and sorrow and sighing will flee away. Now listen to what he said. Now this is going to help. You really don't need to explain this one, John. You don't even need to go in no detail because it's Isaiah 35, so you get it. You may want to write this one down so when life happens, you can reflect on it. Isaiah 35, verse 10, and it says, and those the Lord has rescued will return. You ready? And then he says, y'all ready? They will enter Zion with singing. Everlasting joy will crown their heads. Okay? Now you ready? Gladness and joy will overtake them, and sorrow, watch this, and sighing will flee. Did you catch what he just said? He said, when you get in God's presence, the things that are trying to pull you down can't stay. And the reason they can't stay is because God says there's no room for them in his presence. So enjoy your Monday.
You can't let those things pull you down, can you, Jimmy and Dave?
Nope,
No.
not at all. And by the way, this National Day of Celebration is brought to you by TruckDown.com because the quickest way back to the party is TruckDown.com. Since 1997, TruckDown has been a cause for celebration for truckers and trucking companies working for a maintenance provider. Looking for a maintenance provider, not working for a maintenance provider. Go to TruckDown.com and get back to enjoying, here's a couple for you, International Supply Chain Professional Day. How about that?
I like that.
That's for everybody out there, man. That's not just for the drivers. That's for everybody that makes the supply chain go, go, go. It's National Chocolate Ice Cream Day. You a chocolate ice cream fan?
Not really.
Me neither, by the way. It's National VCR Day, by the way.
I love me a VCR.
Hey, but why did the VCR fall in love with the remote?
Why did the VCR fall in love with the remote?
Because the remote turned the VCR on. But most importantly for this family show, it's Daniel Boone Day, which is right up your alley, Dave. I got a couple of quotes from Daniel Boone I think are kind of appropriate for today. All you need for happiness is a good gun, a good horse, and a good wife. I'm not really sure he said that. I think some Disney movie probably said that, by the way. I do believe he said this, though. I've never been lost, but I admit to being confused for several weeks. I think everybody out there, by the way, Paranormal Pieman says VCR, Laserdisc is where it's at. Couldn't agree more, by the way.
Oh, boy.
By the way, it's crazy, man. Can we have a moment of complaint here about streaming platforms? I mean, this is just atrocious, by the way. I've upgraded on HBO Max. Upgraded, which means there's supposed to be commercials there, and yet they ran like a whole bunch of commercials. The movie didn't have any interruptions that I was watching, but it's like we're getting to the point where do I got to go back to actually owning hard copies of things? Do I got to go back to owning DVDs? I mean, is that where we're headed? Because if I want to watch a movie, it's like nothing's better than watching a classic American film and then in the middle being reminded that Huggies are really important for the child you don't have.
I read this whole article this morning about how because everything has turned into subscriptions like streaming platforms, like that disconnects that we have because we no longer own tangible things, so we don't put as much value on them because it's so fleeting. You subscribe and you watch it, and it's not as important to you as like if you're buying a hard copy of a book or a hard copy of a DVD because you almost worship the thing. You watch it over and over again.
It's a totem.
Right, and it's so. I read like this whole thing about it this morning. How like as a society, we're not caring as much because we don't own it, and ownership equates to meaning in our brains.
It's funny because Ty Burr, the celebrated film critic and friend of this show, actually, when he came on the show, he began to really encourage people, when you find a movie you really love, he's like, buy it. Because there's a good chance at some point somebody could pull it from the stream. Even if you own it online, even if you purchase it online, they could still pull it.
All of my film buff friends, they love the Criterion collection. They collect the DVDs.
Yeah, absolutely. Matter of fact, one of the plays that I wrote a long time ago, the entire beginning of the movie is a conversation about this particular character's Criterion collection and how much she has in common with the man who's actually interrogating her. It's a crazy thing, man. And I'll tell you this, too. There is a piece of history that might drift away in regards to trucking. There are a lot of trucking movies, a lot of free trucking movies, a lot of terrible trucking movies that are available on Amazon.
Yes.
They're there. And they're awful, but they are a piece of American history. I mean, they're really important because along with being bad, they actually show you, though, on many occasions, what that life was actually like. Truck Stop Women is a terrible movie, but it's a pretty accurate visual.
It's almost too real.
Yeah, it's really real. And these don't exist in hard copy. Where do you find them in hard copy? And they exist on these streaming platforms. If they ever pull them, we will have lost an entire view into what that world looked like. I mean, there's a little bit of a view in some classic movies. I mean, look, Smokey and the Bandit is a wonderful film. It does not give you real insight into what that world looked like. It's actually Thunderbolt and Lightfoot with Clint Eastwood has a couple of scenes that do a better job of like showing you what a big truck stop looks like with the phone booths, with the step-in phone booths and all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
But all of that stuff, those movies are terrible, but they really give you a visual. White Line Fever, another one. Bad movie. So bad it's almost good. Actually, we have a so bad it's almost good birthday boy today. As a matter of fact, we'll be talking about it in just a little bit. But That's the truth, right?
Yeah, because the scripts, the stories are made up, you know.
Terrible.
Yeah, and so that's not count. But the truck stops are real, the trucks are real, the people are real, because they use a lot of real people driving real trucks because they're there and they're real. And back in the 70s, there was a whole realist kind of movement as well.
Basically
the nitty and the gritty.
Yeah, that neo-realism that kind of borrowed from the Italians of the 50s, kind of like, let's just get some real people and put them in front of a camera and see what happens. Sometimes when you get a good editor and a good director, the results are amazing.
Yeah.
Most of the time, it's really painful. You can ask Madison about what it's like to work with amateur actors. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Some of them do great. But you want to see an example in Truck Stop Women? There is an amateur actor who was great in Godfather playing Paulie, the one who sells the old man out. He ain't so good in Truck Stop Women. Remember him?
Yeah.
It's not because he ain't got a director.
Yeah.
And he ain't got Francis Ford Coppola standing there and Mario Puzo. And he ain't got, famous American playwrights playing Clemenza. And he ain't got Marlon Brando. And he ain't got James Caan. It's amazing. Some people are only as good as the people around them. And Truck Stop Women is terrible. It's really great, too, though.
Sometimes, though, not having professional actors works out in their favor. Like, and did you watch Sing Sing?
Yeah.
That was amazing. And I think that it's because you can tell an amateur actor apart from a professional one is because you can tell they're playing a character and not becoming them. Whereas in a movie like Sing Sing, that was their lives.
Yeah.
So they were just playing themselves.
Yeah, and that's what the Italians did in the 50s. It's called cinema verite, where you just kind of get people in there and you kind of shoot them and get them rolling and kind of get them moving. Hey, guys, we got totally into the weeds. You guys can give us a call at 615-292-6366. Paranormal Pie Man says, and all 7 seasons of Emergency. What he's referring to, by the way, is the fact that he bought all 11 seasons of MASH because he knew it would not be streaming forever. Well said, by the way. Brad Bentley says good morning to you, Dave, and good morning to the entire road gang out there. Hope you guys are all enjoying. Hope you
Hi,
guys
Brad.
are all listening. As I said before, Tara is going to be here in a minute. The Turtle will be arriving on the scene for Breaker Back Talk. There's a lot of comments out there worth digging into. Hope you guys will stick around for that. Do you find anything frustrating about this new streaming reality? We talked about the idea that, that constant commercial interruption, the millennial discount is over. The millennial subsidy on Uber, Lyft, Postmates, all that kind of stuff is done and gone. One of the other places they got them on was all this free streaming, or, $4 a month, and you get all the movies you ever wanted for free. That's over now. We now realize it was basically a drug dealer. Giving us a taste,
Yeah.
And now that they've got us hooked, they're going to keep on upping the price, and that's the reality of it. We got to take a quick break here. We'll bounce back on the other side with Breaker Back Talk. We kind of saving the news for when it's going to arrive here. It's going to arrive fast and furious. For those of you who don't know, Bridget Blitch is going to be our first guest up after Breaker Back Talk, and then a whole host of other folks too, including Jones and with Jones. Jamie Jones will be here. Our good friend Dan the Man Ronan. Rebecca Brewster makes her first appearance, and a whole lot of other people as well. We'll be right back after these messages. It's Road Gang Radio. You can find us on the Book of Face, on the Tube of You. You can find us on Odyssey. You can find us at iHeart. You can find us, by the way, at RadioNemo.com by simply hitting that play button. We'll be right back after these messages.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
We are live from Fastport Studios in New Orleans. This is Nemo Nation with legendary trucking voice Dave Nemo and the great Jimmy Mack.
Great is a very, very neutral word. There are people who think great means good. It does not. I want to make that really clear, by the way. Thank you for that, Madison. Thank you for Dave Nemo's company, and thank you for Phone Master Dre as well. You can join us, even with Tara the Turtle, the terrific pterodactyl, the touchdown that we all know is Tara, joining us here in a minute. As Madison said, we are at the Fastport Studios. Don't forget, they solve America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology. Most of all, they do it for people. The people that they connect is what they're most famous for. From registered apprenticeship to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Also, this bad dad joke is not the responsibility, but it is sponsored by ShadyRays.com. The joke's on you if you don't head on over to ShadyRays.com for their lost and broken protection plan, joyful customer service, and a chance to look cooler than an iced tea on an Alabama porch. That one's for you, Brad Bentley. What is a cat's favorite button on a VCR?
What is a cat's favorite button on a VCR?
Pause. Pause.
I love it.
We should probably pause the show entirely and just call it a day after that. All right. Okay. That's enough of that. You can give us a call, join the conversation. Dave, give them the number.
The number is 615-5...
What?
What is the number? Oh, 615-292...
Now you're thinking.
6366. 615-292-6366. I got to make a comment here about Paranormal Pie Man, though, because you're talking about all of the movies that aren't going to be available. So he says
Paranormal Pie Man is an outstanding chat. He's a chat beast. Go ahead.
Okay, so Paranormal Pie Man says he has all 7 seasons of Emergency. And he's got all 11 seasons of MASH because he knew the streaming wasn't going to last forever. So he goes on to say, I also have all the Married with Children episodes.
No, he's going to pick them up.
LOL.
Oh, he has them?
Yeah, he has them. He says, I was never a fan of Married with Children, but I should pick it up just to have it. And I'm wondering now, should I start thinking about what I need to buy in terms of future availability?
Posterity. By the way, you know what else he grabbed, though? The most important thing? If you have a problem and no one else will help.
Oh, yes.
They will. Dun, 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 dun. By the way, our birthday boy played Hannibal in the movie version. He grabbed the A-Team, too. He grabbed the A-Team.
Yeah, the A-Team.
B.A. Baraka. Speaking of badass, hey, Tara, what's happening?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Breaker Back Talk is here.
We are here, and we are 62 subscribers away from 1,000. Can I get a woo woo?
Woo woo!
That was a little rough.
It only gets worse from here.
It is Monday.
After all, it is Monday, and after all, I am the great Jimmy Mack. So we're going to go with that.
That's true.
All right, go on.
It's Grate, by the way.
No, it's great. I am the great Jimmy Mack. Yes, everybody agrees. Everybody's got it going on. All right, go on. Welcome back.
Last time we caught up, it was 4th of July. Yeah. So how was it for you guys? Did you guys see any fireworks down there in New Orleans? What'd you guys do?
No, did not see any
Really?
fireworks.
You didn't go. It's because you didn't go outside, dude. Because they literally declare war at your house, dude, on the streets, man.
New Year's Eve, yes, it's a 360-degree panoramic view. You want to be on a turntable in your backyard and just circling around. But on the 4th of July, it's not that big of a deal.
Everybody goes out, man. People are at the beach. People have lives. They're not just pulling the hibachi out making burgers. I mean, what's that about? You know? Listening to stories about Nineveh. I mean, that's kind of cool. What did you do for the 4th of July? Had a couple of burgers. Learned about Nineveh. America. America.
Fun.
America. By the way, you know what we did, huh? I had barbecue immediately after the show with Brad Bentley. Then I went and had barbecue with my brother. Then I went and had barbecue with my dad and watched the Netflix series, the former NBC series, Blind Spot.
Is that the one with the girl with the tattoos?
Yeah, the girl with the tattoos.
Yeah,
it's all part of that.
When
it's all part of
came
the
out.
genre called the new weird.
Yeah,
I just love all that stuff, man. That stuff is groovy. I'm sorry, this is Breaker Back Talk. Is Tara there?
I am here. I am here.
What do you got?
But we've had quite a few reels this week, so if you have not seen them, go check out our socials right now at RadioNemo online. But we got a lot of comments on those reels as well. And first up from John Osborne, he dropped, "Wow, Dave has been my highway hero. One really cool dude." And I could not agree more. But
I am not as cool as John Osborne by any degree, though. John is a great human being.
And a great American.
John
Osborne is a great American. Let me tell you something about John Osborne, too. John is a genuine lifesaver. You need only ask Candy Bass.
Yes.
Did you know that John was the EMT when Candy Bass had her almost fatal injury? He saved her life, and she did not know him as a friend until like almost a decade later.
Isn't that an amazing story.
We have that. We have both their versions of that story on the highway in our archives. I kid you not. And Claire cut them and actually put music to both of them. I mean, underscore. It didn't like have it wasn't like I'm an American trucker.
Yeah.
But did it like one of those, things you hear on NPR or landline. Oh yeah, speaking of landline, Hawaii's showing up here, huh? How about that, huh?
Yeah.
How about Hawaii's little segment, huh? Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays.
Yes.
The kids from Hawaii are here, the whiz kids. Sorry.
Long Haul Paul chimed in and was like, "Extended episode, or is iHeartRadio giving me a show delay?" And so I checked the timestamp, and his comment came in right after Road Gang Radio ended and during the Trekking with Oida segment. So just a quick refresher for when they're going to be on air, Jimmy. When is that? Trekking with Oida, when does it air?
Okay, so Trucking with Oida, as of this moment, and this moment alone, because it's going to amp up and ramp up down the line, you can hear Trucking with Oida, the original broadcast of it, on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays immediately after Road Gang Radio. That's our friend Scott and Ashley taking us down the road, often talking to long-form interview and then kind of talking about a series of different topics with that long-form interview. Louis Pugh, Todd Spencer, they've had a couple of other characters over there as well. We actually have on our YouTube channel a series of playlists, and one of those playlists is Trucking with Oida. So, yeah.
If there was one word for me for Trucking with Oida, the new format here, engaging.
It's very engaging.
True.
They have it going on. And speaking of Oida and speaking of Landline, landline.media, our good friend Jamie Jones. We're going to be jonesing with Jones here in just a little bit on Nemo Nation. Go on.
I'm excited. William F. commented, "I haven't heard Dave Nemo in years, and I think this comes from me posting us into a lot of trucking Facebook groups this past week. And so, William, if you're listening now, it's probably because you didn't have SiriusXM, but the good news is now you don't need that, and we're everywhere, and we're very excited to be opening up our access to a whole new listener base. So if you're listening, welcome back. And Gina Jones popped into our live stream last week and said, "Good morning. It's always a great start to my day on our highways listening to RGR." And Gina, thank you. When I think of amazing women in this industry, your smiling face is always the one that comes to mind. So good morning.
By the way, can I make a comment about Gina and about that marriage as well, too, is the fact that is a great partner. That's a great partnership because in the last couple of years, Gina has gotten a lot of glory. And just like, a good woman stands behind a man, a good man stands behind a woman when she succeeds, and he has really stepped up for her and allowed her to shine. Matter of fact, she got a chance to talk at the White House. See that?
Yes.
I mean, that's a big deal.
I did see that.
That's a big deal, man. The lady got up there and had more than a few things to say. We're always in favor of that, too. She's getting as good as Candy Bass in front of those microphones.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that right now. Absolutely.
Speaking of Candy Bass, I was scrolling through my personal feed on Instagram, so I don't get a ton of trucking in there. I get that on our feed. And I was scrolling, and I was like, who is that? I think that's Candy Bass. It was a reel with millions of views, and someone just filmed her and was like, wow, this is impressive. Like, she was undoing the back hitch of her truck. And I was like, wow, like, that's insane to see it. And the comments were just lighting up with, that's Candy Bass, that's Candy Bass. Like, she's a well-known figure in this industry and in places that are outside of trucking as well, in the social media world now.
Yeah, there are a couple of people along with our friends. It's really funny. We've had one of the youngest social influencers in trucking on this show, and we have one of the oldest influencers. Well, actually, one of the most seasoned influencers in trucking on this show, and as a regular caller and a friend of the show. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, the Grumpy Pete is lurking around the chat room as well too. One of the hippest dudes in regards to having a big following on the media of social. A lot of groovy stuff going on there too. Go on.
So that 4th of July reel, we have to talk about it. It was hilarious. If you guys have not seen it, you just have to go see it. It's not something I can explain to you, but I have to ask Jimmy, Andre, I noticed that you had to shave a leg to do that. Did you even things out, or are you just walking around here with one hairy leg? I need to know, and then we'll move on.
Well, we'll start with Dre, and then we'll move on to moi.
I'm so excited.
So let's get Dre on here really quickly, and you can tell him you actually went commando, dude. I mean, you were Baron von Shavenstein, weren't you?
Look, man, she gave me a goal. I achieved it with a shower beer, electric razor, and a regular razor. And let's just say my sister's condo has one hairy bathroom floor. Because I sent what's your name again? I sent Madison. Yeah, I sent Madison a picture of being like, this is what you made me do, and it looked like just a hairy carcass on the floor of just my hairy legs.
Insane.
By the way, this is no shot at Dre's manhood or the amount of hair that Dre has on him. If I had shaved both my legs in their entirety, it would have been like quadruple the carcass that Dre produced.
Bless your heart.
So they came in that morning and they're like, we didn't even shave. I'm like, we got a bathroom here, guys. I got a couple of clippers. It's all going to be fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I've known to shave them a few times here and there, so it wasn't too bad. So the fact that we just got that part of the leg out of Jimmy I think it's a winning situation.
Yeah, I
agree.
I just shaved my left leg from below the knee. Just shaved it. By the way, all that hair's grown back.
I'm afraid your hair is going to be a little bit of a different color. If you've gotten like a tan or anything, I feel like it's going to grow in different. But that's your business.
Oh, it's already growing in different. It's already growing in different, man. I'm telling you, it's blonde. It's going back to its.
You're going to have one odd leg, and that's fine. That's
These reels require sacrifice. Well. I don't know if people realize the sacrifice that goes on here.
Yeah,
I agree.
And by the way, can I tell you right now, mustard and ketchup feel very odd on a shorn leg.
Oh God!
I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, when they were
I'll take your word for that one.
I was like, we got to give the people what they want.
I wasn't complaining about having to put stuff on my leg, but the idea of putting mustard and ketchup on a hot dog deeply offended my sensibilities. You could have put some maybe put some chili on there. It was okay.
I do have the video that you requested with only mustard because he had to make a disclaimer that he's not a fan of ketchup. He only wanted mustard.
I did it.
I did it for the aesthetic. And for those of you who don't know, if you're not familiar, the reason for that video is that there is a phenomenon online where it was like hot dogs or legs. It was like a meme for a while. People would post those pictures of themselves at the beach, and their legs would be all brown and oiled up.
I literally have a photo of me at the beach with my hot dog legs out. It's a thing. It is totally a thing.
This is the kind of quality radio you get over here at Nemo Nation, by the way.
But Martin Mangiello, the former White House Master Chef, commented on the reel and said, as a White House Master Chef, I'm glad to see you guys put ketchup and mustard on those dogs. high praise from the top folks, guys.
What did I tell you, Jimmy?
I don't care, by the way. By the way, I don't care. I don't care. Have you spoken to Marty? Let me tell you something. The man is maybe one of the great maniacs of our time. Paul Starkey's with me. Chili, mustard, and onion is the way to go. Absolutely, as the Fonz would say, correctamundo. And by the way, just to let you know, did anybody happen to see Paul Starkey's latest comment? He literally has a truck and then an arrow pointed down. A truck, an arrow pointed down. A truck, an arrow pointed up. Truck, an arrow pointed up, and truck, arrow pointed down. Truck down, truck down, truck down, truck around, truck up, and get down.
I love it.
Thank you, P. Thank you, Paul. Continue, please, Tara.
Okay. I know we've had some fun, but we're going to move on to a little bit more of a serious thing because our comment section has been lighting up on YouTube for last Monday's Nemo Nation interview with Lane Kidd of the Trucking Alliance. Really struck a chord with some people. The topic was, how did 84% of crash companies avoid safety checks? And we've had some opinions in the comment section. I'm going to just read them. And then obviously they're strong opinions, but you guys always do such a great job staying balanced and offering perspective. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on these. So here are a few comments from that video. And 98% of those carriers are using non-domiciled foreign drivers and scammer addresses with hundreds of businesses at the same place. Next comment says, half of these trucking companies are run by the government. The government tells these mega companies what and how to do things, including hiring. Next up, use the Biden IRS agents to audit these carriers. A lot of owners and drivers are scamming the system. No way some of this junk should be getting a green light. And then the last comment says, safety, LOL, it's all just talk. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on those comments from that conversation.
I think part of the issue that people don't understand is that the FMCSA has never really had a clear mandate. Is it a regulatory institution, or is it an enforcement institution? And I think part of the lack of clarity has been. The other problem is too. I don't know if you know this, Tara. When Rod Knopfsinger used to do Washington Trucking Week, that's a long time ago, man, before Colin Long or any of the boys from OIDA made their presence known. We used to have a rolling joke about the fact that every 5 minutes there was the new FMCSA director. I think the lack of a consistent FMCSA director has been the biggest problem with the FMCSA. At some point, they need to find somebody who actually wants that gig and doesn't view it as a political stepping stone to either, well, a political stepping stone or, more importantly, a corporate stepping stone. And look, they've been some good people over there. We've gotten a chance to know them and talk to them. But a lot of them have been there 6 months, maybe a year, and then picked up and either gone back to their dream job in New York City, as was the first Biden FMCSA, or all the interim directors during the first Trump administration who all kind of managed to make their way at some point over to some other company. And, I mean, I hate to call it a golden parachute, Dave, but there seems to be a lot of, nobody seems to want to do that job. And because nobody does that job, there's a certain, it's listless. It's, you know, it's kind of adrift on the sea, that there is no vision. And when there is no vision, as the Bible says, the people perish. And I think the lack of strong leadership at the FMCSA, because of the lack of leadership, literally has caused this problem. It doesn't know what it is. I never really articulated that until now, Dave, but I'd like to get your feelings on that. I mean, that feels kind of right, doesn't it? They've never had a voice there.
It does. And one of the things, too, is that they take their orders from Congress, too. That's another issue. And the speed limiter thing is a pretty good example of that. And I may be totally wrong, but I don't know that I'll ever find out that I'm totally wrong or partially right or whatever, because I don't think anybody will ever come out and say it. But I think that the whole speed limiter thing came from outside of the halls of FMCSA, and they got it, and then they were supposed to do something with it, and that original proposal was, well, what do you think? 65, 67, 68? What do you think it should be? You tell us.
Right.
And that delays the whole thing again. So it's all about delay and hold off and, just not wanting to do stuff.
You want me to get in trouble right now? Would you like? I mean, after all, we're not on a platform where I can get an email from somebody saying, you need to be really careful about what you say now. Let me be really clear about this. Can you see a scenario that we're outside of the FMCSA offices? We're speaking metaphorically, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And a group of very, very invested fat cats have a conversation with the safety advocates and say, the best way to get this whole thing under control is to adapt the speed limiters that we have to regulate our fuel consumption and to make it mandatory for everybody else. It would really go a long way to making the highway safer. You sell a bill of goods to the safety advocates, and then they walk in with the corporate interests that want everybody else to have a speed limiter, since they have one too. And then that combination puts pressure on the FMCSA, and then the FMCSA comes out and says, well, we need a speed limiters here. That'll solve the problem. Because everybody wants to solve the safety problems on the highway. That's what everybody really wants to solve. And then there are other people who often, under the guise of safety, use it to further their profit or at least their competitive advantage in the marketplace. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that's exactly what went down. Sounds pretty good, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's plausible.
I'm just saying. If you look at who's in favor of speed limiters and how the FMCSA responds to the pressure to create those kind of things, ask yourself who's creating that pressure. Some of it comes, as our friend Colin Long has said, some of it comes from people who have suffered tragedies that many of us can't even fathom. And for them, our heart breaks. But for them, we've also got to say, listen, most of the accidents you're talking about happen well under 60 miles an hour. Many of them happen in construction zones. And there ain't no speed limiter that ever is going to stop that.
And the reason, and you have this, the bumper sticker says how fast. The question, the joke is how fast can a truck governed at 60 go in a 50-mile-an-hour?
Well, that's exactly it.
Construction zone. And the answer is 60.
And here's the thing too. It goes down to the same old thing too. It's like a train going 40 miles an hour. Watch what happens when it hits a car. It's the same theory. It doesn't make any difference. If a truck going 45, 50 miles an hour, it's been nice knowing you.
You see, and this is years ago. This may be 20 years ago. I started saying that the goal, and when it comes to safety, and technology, and the idea is all of this is going to be so much safer as soon as we can get those pesky humans out of those trucks. And that has been the focus.
Paging Andrew Yang.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's always been the focus. How can I eliminate the very people who need to buy the goods and products that we're selling?
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, they need to realize that if you're not paying anybody, nobody's buying anything either. By the way, Paul Starkey says we should have adaptive speed limiters that change the highest posted speed. By the way, that technology is probably about a decade or two away, but that's worth talking about. But nobody wants to have what I call the compromise conversation. You will take this speed limiter and you will stick it up your... Tara, back to you. What else you got?
Hey, thank you guys for going through those hard-hitting questions and strong opinions. Sometimes I shy away from that during this segment, just bringing all the positive vibes to the table. But we also have comments from our listeners that they have opinions and we need to talk about them. So thank you guys for going after those with me. But we're going to finish up real quick. I always want to dive back into the old Road Gang air check because there's so many good comments from there. So I'm going to touch on just a couple today. And the first one says, first time I ever heard WWL was on a tube-fired Lafayette receiver around 1975.
Lafayette.
Dave Nemo was hosting the Saturday Morning Bluegrass Review. Does that ring a bell to you?
Yes. And I'm going to tell you something real funny. It was Saturday Morning Bluegrass Review. It was on from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. on Saturday mornings, and it was so popular that I decided to do it again on Sunday morning. So I called it the Saturday Morning Bluegrass Review Part 2. Because I thought it was kind of cute and clever, right?
Yeah. I like it. I'm in favor of it.
I'm walking through the TV studio on my way to work one night, And one of the big shots from the television station says, "Hey, you do that Saturday morning bluegrass show." He read me the riot act for naming the Sunday morning show the Saturday Morning Bluegrass Review Part 2 because it's Sunday morning. That's the kind of people you deal with in this industry sometimes.
That's where you look them in the eye and you say, "I'm not listening, I'm not listening, I'm not listening." And yes, you have no friends. I checked. That's what you tell them. That's how I know people have no friends. I always check first before I make that accusation. I said, "Does anybody like this guy?" "No, you have no friends. Just wanted to let you know." Go on. You have plenty of friends, by the way, Touchdown. Go on.
Oh, thanks, especially right here, right now. But this next comment says, "I would start my trips at midnight to listen to the Road Gang. Met Dave Nemo. He's a great guy." The next comment says, "I remember hearing this monster signal all the way up in New York City. Great music, great memories. WWL 870 AM, the 50,000-watt flamethrower."
Wow.
And Dave, we're everywhere now. No more signal worries. Just great stories and great conversations, great people.
Yes. You know, the funny thing is, you know, you go through in this period of history, and we were talking about DVDs and laser discs and VHS and all of that stuff. I don't know if I can count up all of the different entertainment broadcasts.
Let's call it delivery systems.
Delivery systems.
Like that?
How many delivery systems we've gone through and have discarded now. The whole idea of AM radio in Scandinavia, they've already been reallocating that bandwidth for other things.
It's crazy.
You know?
Wow.
Yeah.
By the way, Tara, what was that comment about Dave being a great guy? What was that comment again?
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah, by the way, I saw that comment too. You failed to read the one that's under it, who said, "That's not my experience." Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I said I try to keep it positive.
I understand. Doodah Man is in the chat, and everybody's telling him good morning.
house.
You know, Marshall. By the way, Marshall Platter. Will the real Marshall
And
Platters
Joe J.
please stand
Joe
up?
J.
Joe J.
Doodah Man.
Doodah Man. Hey, Doodah Man. Camptown lady, sing this song. Doodah Man. We're out of time. T, we're done. That's it. Ball game.
Wow.
I know. Left a lot of stuff on the table, but that's the point. The point is to leave stuff on the table. The point is not to be
push
like,
me off the edge of the cliff, and then I'll see you guys on Friday.
Breaker Back Talk is a recurring Monday and Friday segment here on, Radio Nemo, both on Nemo Nation and Road Gang Radio. It, of course, is hosted, barely, because we tend to get really sharp elbows here, by Tara the Turtle. Touchdown. We love you.
Love you guys. Thanks for having me.
Talkback is the alpha and omega of Road Gang Radio.
By the way,
Monday
Tara,
and Friday.
Paul Starkey still hasn't gotten his pin.
Hey, I just moved into my camper. I have them all sitting right here. They're going out this week. I promise.
By the way, though, our good friend Showtime got his, so things are going right.
Oh, good.
All right, get out. Goodbye. Did we just hang up on her?
Gee whiz.
Yeah. That's her choice to leave, not yours. I kind of like your style, though. Hey, by the way, no one likes you. I know. I've checked. Bring some music up right now. We'll take a break here and get our first guest of the morning. BB Legal is going to make their way in here. It's Road Gang Radio's Nemo Nation. You can find us at RadioNemo.com, on the Tube of You, on the Book of Face, on the Odyssey, on the iHeart. You can find us, on platforms we won't mention on the air.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Pittsburgh Power's OPS EcoPure gives you cleaner oil and saves you money with extended oil drains. The proprietary synthetic microglass bypass oil filter captures particulates down to 3 microns and gets rid of liquid contaminants too. Pittsburgh Power's industry-leading oil analysis allows them to monitor your engine's health and anticipate maintenance needs. Catch potential issues early and extend your engine's longevity with practical solutions tailored to you. Don't wait for breakdowns. Visit PittsburghPower.com and learn about OPS today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Back to the talk that drives America. This is Nemo Nation, so let's rejoin Dave and Jimmy live from the Passport Studios.
You know, Dave, usually we tend to do things fast and furious around here, giving each guest about anywhere from 8 to 10 minutes to talk. But we got a couple of friends who are dropping in this morning for the first time on the new format here on RadioNemo.com. It's Nemo Nation. You can pick up that coffee cup and leave a little stain on the newspaper you were reading. By the way, we're instituting a new segment here before we actually get to BB Legal. Bridget Blitch will be joining us here just in a moment. This coffee break is brought to you by TruckDown.com. Since you're on the side of the road with a cup of coffee, you might as well download truckdown.com while enjoying that cup of joe to revive yourself with a company, well, that has been connecting maintenance providers with trucking companies since 1997. All 50 states and 8 of the 10 provinces. Truck down, to quote our good friend, truck up, and get down. Here's a little coffee break piece of information, and by the way, I'm sure that at some point our good friend Madison over the course of the next couple of weeks, good job producing the first hour of the show, by the way, Maddie with a T. Here's a little piece of information. Coffee is not a bean.
Coffee is not a bean?
Coffee is not a bean. Do you know what it is?
No.
It's a fruit.
Oh.
It is the equivalent of a cherry, and the bean that they use is the equivalent of a cherry pit. About 15 billion pits make all the coffee in the known universe. So there's your coffee break for the morning from truckdown.com. I bet you thought it was a bean, didn't you?
I thought it was a bean.
People say coffee beans. That's
Yeah.
like people, you know. Go ahead. What you got?
Just out here drinking coffee fruits.
Just drinking coffee fruits. It's fruit. Coffee is fruit.
We drink the fruit of the coffee tree.
That is right. That is absolutely
Is coffee
correct.
grown on a tree or a bush? I think it's a bush, isn't it?
It's a bush.
Yeah.
It's grown on a bush, yeah. Which, by the way, what else is grown on bushes? Berries.
Berries.
Which are what?
Fruit.
There you go. Now you're thinking, by the way.
Yeah.
Now
Bridget,
you're
help
cooking.
us.
Bridget, we need some help here. You have not enjoyed the fruits of this new format. I apologize for nothing. Welcome to Nemo Nation. Bridget Blitch, of course. It is great to have you back. BB Legal is in the house. How you been? How was your 4th of July?
Oh, well, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here, Jimmy Mack. And Dave, thank you for the opportunity to join. And it was a great 4th of July. It was quiet. My son had his best friend over, so they swam in the pool, and we cooked out and did the all-American thing. It was pretty good. I can't complain.
By the way, everybody thinks because I do a whole month of Halloween programming on, anytime I get my hands on programming, if I have in October, I'm doing a whole month of October country. Everybody thinks, oh, Halloween must be your favorite holiday. The 4th of July actually is mine, Bridget, and here's why. Because there's no wrong way to celebrate it. There is no wrong way to celebrate. You can go to some old big kind of extravaganza on a beach with bonfires and a gazillion-dollar firework display with all kinds of food all laid out for you, or you can actually go into your backyard with a hibachi, make some burgers, sit down, eat some burgers, baked beans, and learn a little bit about the city of Nineveh. And I'm not being sarcastic. For years, this is really kind of groovy. For years, I would start about 2 days out. By the way, I'm not encouraging anybody to do this. I would actually watch the entire series John Adams over the course of the week leading up to the 4th of July, and then save the last 3 episodes for 4th of July. But I would also play BioShock Infinite on the PlayStation 5, because after all, taking on a giant machine gun wielding George Washington is my idea of a good time on the 4th of July. There's no wrong way to do it, right?
I agree. And I'm with you on John Adams. That's probably one of my favorite series. I love that, and very American to place it on the 4th of July. I should sit down and watch more TV, but I guess my day job prevents me from doing that.
No. I just read this great column, by the way. I don't know if you guys saw it. Somebody actually interviewed the, Ezra Klein, who works for the New York Times. He founded Vox. He sold it off. But he had like 4 tips for actually what he calls it social media hygiene. And one of the tips was, I forget the phraseology, but he basically said, don't pollute yourself. And he really regulates how much time he spends streaming and how much time he spends on his phone to maintain sanity. And any chance he gets, by the way, he reads print. Any opportunity he gets, and I mean hard print. He doesn't read stuff online. So staying offline is a really good thing, and staying out of streaming is a really good thing. Hey, you know what? It's why you still are smart. It's why your brain cells are intact. So well done. Well done. Welcome.
And then she comes here.
Yeah, and then she comes here, and then we kind of drain your brain. What's going on? What are you doing these days?
I'm doing everything. I mean, my practice is busy, so I'm doing everything from regulatory compliance to corporate restructure work to getting motor carriers paid and collecting freight charge claims to addressing cargo claims. And, of course, accidents, unfortunately, are happening, so we're monitoring those, managing those. So, yeah, it's never a still day in my life.
So one of the things we do here is just to get a sense of it, because we'd love to hear this. I have never asked you this question before. Where do you get your transportation news from, other than, because if you're getting it from us, man, you got real problems. Where do you get your transportation news from? How do you keep up with your industry in regards to your profession as well? What are your go-to journals? What are your go-to informations where you kind of check in there to make sure that you're keeping up to date with what's going on with podcasts, newspapers, magazine, print journals, anything? Where do you look?
Yeah, so 2 organizations that I'm a member of really keep me abreast of current events in the transportation space. So one is the Conference of Freight Council, and it's a really cool organization. It's by invitation only, and we closely track freight charge, cargo claims, very operational specific issues to the transportation industry. And so we really lean on each other and each other's collective wisdom and experience and what cases are going on at the time to understand how courts are looking at a particular issue and addressing these issues. And so we have actually an email where we can reach out to the then president of the CFC and ask questions like, hey, we've got this scenario, what's going on? How has anybody else addressed this? Or I need an expert in a particular situation. Does anybody have a referral? So it's a weekly contact, which is great. And then twice a year, we meet, once in the winter and once in the summer. And then we offer up cases where we've had court orders that have been issued based on cases we've been handling. So we really share each other's wisdom in that regard. So that's one of them. The other organization is the Transportation Lawyers Association, another fantastic group of transportation attorneys, probably averages about 1,000 members, coast to coast in Canada as well as Mexico. We do have some international members as well. But it's another great resource that publishes articles and journals. We have our own transportation magazine that comes out quarterly. So another resource where everyone that is in this space is sharing their knowledge, sharing their wisdom, And then, of course, like the major outlets, you guys, of course, Dave Nemo, RadioNemo, Freightwaves, things like that come out through just general, publications catching up on what's going on there.
One of the things we talked about last week, Bridget, was setting up kind of a series of things that folks need to know, some basic stuff that's in your toolbox that should be in everybody's toolbox. So we could kind of get rolling on that right now if you want to.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, certainly, keeping abreast of the regulations and how to qualify drivers, how to protect your safety scores, right? Keeping your out of service ratios low is part of that. I mean, in the broader spectrum, right, we have a privilege, we have a grant of registration from the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration in order to operate either as a commercial truck driver or to operate as an authorized motor carrier or as a broker, right? So we want to protect that license, that registration that we have. So there's a lot to know with regard to those regulations, and there's a lot on a motor carrier's plate, there's a lot on a driver's plate to understand and follow to make sure when you do have those roadside inspections or those encounters with law enforcement that you're going to pass that level 1 inspection, right? You're not going to have any violations, that we're not going to increase up on our threshold for possible what would be an intervention, right? We want to either have a not rated safety rating with the FMCSA or we want to have a satisfactory safety rating. So, Dave, one of the things we talked about is with regard to the qualification of drivers and the recent news regarding 49 CFR 391.11. I won't ask you what that is. You know what it is. It's the English proficiency regulation. And this has been on the books, right? This has been on the books for decades. As a commercial truck driver, you must read and speak the English language sufficiently to converse with the general public, to understand highway traffic signs and signals in the English language. You have to be able to respond to official inquiries and make entries on reports and records. So this has been an issue in my practice where we have drivers that come in where English is not their first language. And it's really important that they be able to meet this regulation. And so what we've seen, of course, is President Trump issued his executive order enforcing common sense rules of the road for America's truck drivers. This was in April. And he wanted to, in follow-up to his executive order on March 1st, making English language the official language of the United States, to ensure that the FMCSA was actually enforcing this regulation. Some of the situations, like personally that I've encountered with clients, is where you have a driver that goes out of service because they can't meet this particular rule, and then the driver uses an app as a way to try to communicate with law enforcement or some other tool or technology, and then the law enforcement officer then says, okay, you're not able to converse with me, so I'm going to put you out of service. So the end result from my particular situation with my clients is, can we successfully data queue that challenge? Meaning, can we file a request for data review with the FMCSA and say, no, law enforcement officer, you were incorrect. This driver does sufficiently and fluently speak English in order to meet the criteria with the FMCSA. And that can be a difficult battle, right? Because it wasn't like that conversation was being recorded. And what are you going to fall back on? Did that driver have some kind of fluency test when he or she was onboarded with the motor carrier? It becomes a difficult burden to bear. So the FMCSA has now published a policy regarding how is it that law enforcement officers are to determine whether a driver can meet this criteria. And it's a two-step process. And one is the driver interview, and the other is a highway traffic sign recognition assessment. Now, to kind of get into the details here, the FMCSA says, the inspector should speak slowly but naturally and be mindful not to rush the questions and paraphrase in English as appropriate. So I know in college I took Spanish for a while, and I can't purport to know Spanish. And anytime somebody talks to me in Spanish, the few things I remember, it's really helpful if they really slow down, because all the sounds kind of come together, right? So I think they're trying to give these folks a fair opportunity to say, okay, don't rush it, because if you speak fast in Spanish, I can't follow.
Bridget, I wanted to ask a couple of questions here to kind of, because I know you got some other stuff to dig into. So, we talked to Jane Jazrawi about this, and one of the suggestions she made to a lot of carriers was to have a plan of how you're going to make sure that the people you're putting out there on the road can actually, get through the proficiency test. But the second question I wanted to ask you, and it's going to be a larger question, is how do you have a plan for how to challenge this? That should you and your legal team have a series of ducks in a row so that you immediately know how to respond when somebody fails one of these tests? And look, one of the reasons why this got shut down and changed over in 2016 was there were a couple of states, and we've had some friends at the CVSA who have told us this off the record, saying there were a couple of crucial states that were declaring people unproficient who were targeting people. Now, that's probably not going to happen this time because everybody's watching this program. But does it behoove a carrier to sit down and talk with someone like you and say, what is our plan of attack if, in fact, someone gets put out of service and, in fact, does speak the King's English?
Yeah, so, and that goes to, what are the tools that I can submit to the FMCSA through the Data Queue portal to establish that this individual can speak English sufficiently to meet this rule. So I'll ask things like, when you interviewed this driver and they applied for the position, did you ask if English was their primary language, or how much did you interact, or how much did your safety department interact with them? Did you have a questionnaire that you asked them to fill out in English? Did you ask them to write a statement, a paragraph in English? Something in the qualification file that you can look at and say, yes, we gave this person a written exam, and based on the written exam, because English was, let's say, not their first language, we felt that they were able to sufficiently meet the criteria in this rule. So you can upload documentation through a request for data review. And in other situations where I've escalated data queue reviews to different tiers of a state analyst, there's other forms of media that you can upload as well. So if you had like an interview with the driver that you took a video of to show the driver being asked questions and responding to those questions, right, then that would be helpful for, let's say, a senior supervisor that's looking over this particular challenge to make a determination. Okay, based on this criteria, we see that that motor carrier felt that driver could sufficiently answer the questions, and we don't know what happened in the field for the law enforcement officer to make the determination that the driver wasn't qualified. But based on, let's say, the greater weight of the evidence that's submitted in an RDR, they can reverse that determination. Now, remember, it's a quasi-administrative review, right? It's the FMCSA that's been tasked with enforcing the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Regulations. So anything that you can have, like whether it's written materials or an interview, if you really feel like that driver maybe when they articulate their words might be, something that you work with them on to say, okay, don't talk so fast, make sure that the law enforcement officer can understand you as well. Right, so it's important. So what training have you given that driver along the way to ensure that they meet that criteria?
There's a lot more to talk about, and I'm jumping in because we're running out of time already. But maybe we can pick up on this next time, Bridget, because 8 years ago, either the CVSA made a big mistake by taking the English proficiency away from out of service. And now it's being put back in, and it's all brand new, even though 8 years ago it was old school and everything was running fine. But evidently, CVSA wasn't getting enough hits on non-speaking English drivers. Well, I guess I should speak better English. And so it wasn't that big of a deal. Now we're making it a big deal. So the question now, 10 years from now, is it a big deal or not?
Hold on to that thought, by the way. Both of you hold on to that thought. As I told you, fast and furious we come. Bridget Blitch has joined us. She's the founder of Blitch Wesley Barrett, by the way. We call her BB Legal, and she's very passionate about the industry. She regularly counsels motor carriers, shippers, brokers, warehouses, insurance agents, freight forwarders, ocean transportation intermediaries, and insurance providers in matters related to the execution of transportation contracts. Please go to BlitchWesley.com. Find out about this amazing law firm and about this amazing contributor to the show for a very long time. Bridget, welcome to Nemo Nation, and we'll get you back on soon.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure. Always an honor.
Yeah. Always good talking with Bridget. By the way, we have to shift gears here almost immediately, Dave. Our next guest is up. Cody Kohler is here in the house. He's worn a lot of hats over 21 years in the logistics industry. He's created driver bids. He's loaded trucks. He's seen and done most things that the industry has to offer, and he's joining us now. He's had the pleasure of working with leaders in the supply chain industry on Supply Chain Industry Appreciation Day for many Fortune 500 companies as well as small and mid-level companies. I'm going to let him kind of give us his own origin story. Cody, welcome to the show for the first time. Welcome to Nemo Nation, and good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
It's good to have you with us. I've saw a couple of the podcasts that you do and that you're on. And one of the things that I think we can kind of jump into is automation. In terms of produce. And I've always kind of felt, and kind of see if you can feel where I'm coming from here. I'm a human. I'm looking at a piece of fruit. It's a living thing. I mean, you could say, well, it's dead now, but you know what I'm saying. It's a living thing. I'm a living thing. So we have that connection. So now I have a robot over here who's not a living thing, and I'm not saying you, but you're telling me that robot will know more about how to pick out that peach than you, and you've been eating peaches all your life. This is something old, but yet all of a sudden new again. It's kind of to me, it's kind of strange to have machines interacting with these living entities, the fruits and vegetables. And again, I know they're not living and breathing, but you kind of see where I'm coming from, I hope.
And good morning, by the way.
Yeah, and good morning, by the way. We kind of jump in here.
Yeah, I mean, automation obviously is the wave of the future, right? I mean, if you look at anything, not just our industry, automation is kind of the key to everything. I think our industry is a little late to the game, but it's pretty cool, some of the automation that they're rolling out, from automating warehousing to automating in-store picks. For those of you who shop online and have your groceries either delivered or ready for you by the time you get there. And I was kind of in the same boat. Trust me, like the last thing I wanted was somebody to pick out my steak, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm super particular about my steak, my avocados, and my tomatoes, but it's really cool, and I think everybody has to jump on to the automation bandwagon at some point in time. But it's a hard concept, especially for us who are probably over 30, that a robot can do the things that we've always grown up and done. And to your point, like, are they going to know how to pick an avocado or a tomato like the way that I like it, right? Probably not. So you either got to get used to it or continue to do things the old way, I guess.
I wanted to kind of let people know, too, AandZtrucking.com. Cody, by the way, also hosts a podcast that is centered around the fresh produce supply chain and the logistics industry. So that's kind of my follow-up question to all of that. So I'm kind of a futurist in that I believe that I'm not this person who thinks that all of these newfangled technologies are going to put everybody out of work, because after all, don't forget the fact that when the first engine shows up at the turn of the last century, everybody's going to be out of a job in 5 minutes, and somehow jobs continue. If, in fact, this becomes the wave of the future, where do you see in your own kind of creative mind with this freeing up space for different kinds of work? What role do people have to play in the supply chain if this stuff starts getting taken care of? Where do the jobs go? I don't think they go away. They just become other things. Where do you see your crystal ball taking that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, one of my last episodes I had with Justin Johnson, who's the vice president up at Associated Food Stores in far west Utah. I think they're about 1.5 million square foot warehouse that services about 500 retailers. What he was talking about was the shift in jobs from, traditional order selectors, because they're automating their warehouse up there. So it's actually like small robots that are going through the entire warehouse, picking cases, building pallets for them so that their loaders can load the trucks. But he was talking about a shift in labor from more of the manual style jobs, like an order selector, like an aisle fork, to running these robots. The robots do need people behind the scenes still to make sure that the programs are functioning correctly, that the robots themselves are functioning correctly. So I see more like highly educated jobs and higher paying jobs, quite frankly, versus more of the manual labor. We see it on the fresh produce side as well from the field perspective, right? There's not people traditionally anymore like actually out there physically planting plants anymore. It's machines doing it for them. They're moving that way towards some machines that are harvesting as well. And I think that's probably where the labor is going to shift, is more of a technical aspect when it comes to the jobs instead of the manual.
It's interesting, too, because and by the way, I asked the question because I heard that conversation. I was curious, though, to kind of figure out if, in fact, we're seeing a trend towards what I'm calling light blue-collar jobs, in the sense that there's this kind of hybrid between people who do manual work and people who do desk work and do computer work as well, too, so that what people need is the kind of skills where they have an associate's degree, where they can fluently speak Spanish, they have a 1-year certificate from a coding, a place where they can learn to code, and they put together a package for themselves that allows them to kind of be able to be a master of all trades, to kind of be able to exist in the space in this light blue-collar place where they're doing both maintenance, but they're also doing behind-the-scenes work that requires a certain level of intellectual writing skills and soft skills as well. Is that where you see these jobs kind of going?
I do, absolutely. And if you look at the labor pool that we have now, probably the last 10, 15 years, you can see a lot of that shifting away. The manual labor positions are less desirable. I don't know about you guys, but when I grew up, there was no talk in school about working in a warehouse or driving a truck. None of that was ever glamorized, like being a lawyer or being a doctor or anything like that. They didn't even recruit for that. I grew up in Utah. I live down here in Phoenix now, and ASU actually happens to have a really good logistics program, but logistics was never really pushed on people when they were younger. And so I think that those type of jobs are more people are gravitating towards more of that, like light manual labor, more tech, and a little bit more sophisticated when it comes to positions, because there's a lot of people out there who are making money opening toys on YouTube, and kids see that stuff. So the last thing they want to do is go pick cases in a warehouse or get behind the wheel of an 18-wheeler. So
they're looking, and like I said, but they're also looking for ways that they can kind of embrace this stuff too, but embrace it with their own skill set, which is like a really crucial thing. How do I repurpose my skill set for a logistics or supply chain sort of job? Cody, unbelievably, we're out of time, but we wanted a chance for people to get to meet you. Promise us you'll come back so we can dig further in. As you can tell, Dave and I actually did dig into what you are digging these days, and we'd love to have you back, guys. Go to anztrucking.com, and I only keep saying that over the course of the rest of the show if you promise to join us again.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys just let me know. Love to be on again.
Thank you, sir. Guys, please check out Cody Kohler at anztrucking.com. He's got a terrific podcast. Right up my alley, by the way, Dave. My father and I worked in grocery stores all of our life, and had to learn a lot of skills on those floors. And I think a lot of the people who are going to start working in grocery stores moving forward are going to less be behind a register or in the aisle or in the warehouse, but doing all of it while doing less of the manual labor involved with it. We'll be right back on the other side of this break. Two of our favorite people are going to be back-to-back, Managing Editor Jamie Jones and Dan the Man with the Plan, Ronan. We'll be right back after these messages on Nemo Nation.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. So they got you at ShadyRays.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
This is Nemo Nation, and you're riding shotgun once again with Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack live from the Fastport Studios.
It's a celebration. By the way, speaking of celebrations, let's celebrate some birthdays. It's sponsored by our friends from ShadyRays.com. From the famous to the infamous, the widely known to the obscure. We're making these milestones so bright, so cool, and so hip and so now that you got to wear ShadyRays.com. Let's celebrate the birthday of a man who has a very special set of skills. On this day in 1952, the great Irish actor Liam Neeson was born in Ballymena, Northern Ireland. The son of a cook and a primary school caretaker, he cut a figure for himself in Pilgrim's Progress, Excalibur, where he had his real breakthrough, The Bounty, The Mission, and then really broke through as a leading man with Sam Raimi's movie Darkman, and that, of course, leads him to Schindler's List. But his celebrity is for his very special set of skills. At 56 years old, he became a bona fide action star with Taken. As a matter of fact, we were all taken with all the Takens, The Commuter. By the way, we're still waiting for The Commuter 2.
Yeah.
The Ice Road as well, and a host of others I Will Kill You roles. He's also a UNICEF ambassador. By the way, he is the widower of the late and wonderful and dearly missed Natasha Richardson and the father of Michael and Daniel, who he has been responsible for raising since she left the world so tragically. He was born on this day in 1952. He is next going to star in, well, a reboot and reimagining as he plays the son of Frank Drebin in The Naked Gun. Have you seen those trailers?
God. No, I
Oh,
haven't.
my God. All these guys are sitting in front of the portraits of their father, and they cut to Liam Neeson looking at Frank Drebin going, I miss you, Dad. And they cut to his the George Kennedy character's son in front of a picture, says, I miss you, Dad. And all these cops are doing that. And at the end, there's an African-American guy who looks up, and we see OJ's picture, and he goes, yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. We're jonesing for some Jones. Jonesing for some Jones, by the way. Is there anything better than getting your fix in with a little bit of the managing editor over at Landline? Your friend and mine, friend of the show, friends together, friends forever, Jamie Jones. What's going on?
Hey, it's going, kicking it back off after a long weekend. It's kind of nice.
Yeah.
So you did some fun stuff on Friday, did you not? You had a little bit of you had a little bit of 4th of July fun. What did you do?
Actually, no, I didn't. I was kind of lazy all weekend. I was revving it in, telling Dre that I just unplugged and totally just vegged out for the weekend.
How is that
he's
not
a little
fun?
jealous right now.
How is that not fun?
Yeah,
It's like, I didn't do anything fun except veg out and get a chance to get away from all you jerks. I mean, that sounds like a terrific thing. I mean, Dave actually hibachied hamburgers and learned about the city of Nineveh. That's what he did. He learned about the city of Nineveh on Friday. No, I mean, it's just that's the thing about the 4th of July. I was just telling Bridget, it's a big deal. I mean, it's one of those holidays that we get to celebrate any way we like. There's no rule on it. You don't have to have hamburgers. You don't have to have hot dogs. You don't have to go to a parade. You don't have to watch anything explode. There's no mandatory parades in this country. Nobody's forced to do anything. It's perfect America. You can blow stuff up, jump in a pool, and then veg out for an entire weekend. It's a good way to spend a weekend, isn't
pretty
it?
awesome.
All right, what's going on? What should we know? What's happening out there, Jamie? Keep us in the loop.
We haven't talked since the DOT made that big announcement a couple of weeks ago, and we're still sifting through all of that when they announced 9 initiatives, all of which OOIDA has been pushing for very hard. A little bit of everything from, pilot programs to increase hours of service flexibility, reforming data queues, more truck parking, withdrawing the speed limiter rulemaking. I mean, there was a lot. And I tell you what, it was all hands on deck here at Landline there for a few hours. That was probably one of the biggest pieces of news we've had drop on us in decades.
Well, the other thing is, Jamie, is the fact that you've got this 9-point proposal, but anybody that knows anything knows that each one of those 9 points has a subset of like 16. I mean, so that's not 9 stories. That's endless. That's an infinite amount of stories. And I'm only being half facetious when I say that, right? I mean, that's like, because each one of those points has about 3 or 4 different angles from a news approach, correct?
Oh, 100%. And, backtracking to how they got started, why they ever came into being to begin with. A lot of times you have to know that in order to know how to unravel it. And so it's really kind of interesting to take these stories and, since I have been covering trucking, I started in 2000, hours of service has been a hot topic the whole time, and it's always been we need more flexibility within the rules. And, these 2 pilot programs are going to basically unring some of the problems that we've had. One of them is the split sleeper berth, being able to go to a 6 and 4 or 5 and 5 split, which a lot of teams enjoy doing and haven't been able to for years.
We lost a notable number of husband-wife teams. The guy's been on the road through his career. The mom is raising the family at home. Then she gets her CDL. They go out on a vacation in their later years. They were great drivers. They were great employees, great owners. And they just got the rug pulled out from under them. And there was a dent in the industry. I mean, it was a notable dent.
Yeah, that one really hurt. And
yeah.
So being able to test that and prove that it wasn't unsafe and shouldn't have gone away in the first place. And then the other one, just being able to pause the 14-hour clock, and not have shippers and receivers take advantage of that. That's going to be the trick on that one. It's not, you can just stop your clock and we'll let you sit here and rot for 3 hours. No, that's not what this is for.
We are interim entities in terms of the layout for the future of trucking. The future of trucking is robotic trucks with no people involved.
I disagree, but go on.
Okay, and they are. I mean, the ultimate game has got to be that. Okay, so and we are just in the way right now, and we are being dealt with right now because the paperwork, the ELD. I could go on and I won't, but through my radio years, Jamie, I've always tried to. I was alone in the studio at night. The driver was alone in the truck at night. We had that thing going. It's a small room. It's a small cab. I got a screen. He has a windshield. Blah blah blah. And my log was down to the second. Now their log is down to the second. It's totally ridiculous.
It's not a sustainable system. Life doesn't work down to the second. It really doesn't. Something's going to happen that's going to throw things off. And, that ability to be flexible and to accommodate those things safely has just been chipped away and chipped away and chipped away at. And, it's time that we get some of that back because, if robotic trucks, that may be two generations down the road from us. But we still have to take care of the people who are getting the job done every day right now.
Well, and the other thing is, here's my editorial. You don't get to accelerate to what you want by making the situation unsafe by those who are making it happen for you now. That's my other big issue with the fact that it's like it almost feels like a force majeure where it's like we will just continue to create so much pressure on the people that are doing this job that we force enough out so then we go with our hands in the air and say, oh, we have to actually remove all drivers from the equation. And that strategy is not going to work, by the way, and it's just making the road a lot more dangerous is kind of my take on this. We got completely in the weeds here. I have a question for you.
Okay.
So you got nine actionable things here, and each one of them has a gazillion subsets. If you were still a reporter, you are a reporter, that's not what I mean, but if you were still just doing that job, if you still were just out there hitting the pavement, doing that thing and that thing alone, which one of these stories would particularly grab your attention that you would want to pursue directly, if in fact you're not doing that already?
I don't know. I always migrate to hours of service. It's always, it's something that has fascinated me over the years, how government thinks that they can regulate when and how you're going to sleep, when and how you're going to drive, when and how you're going to do X, Y, Z. And I would dig in very hard on that because, there's parts to the rule that are misinterpreted anymore. There's, a driver should not drive when he's feeling sick or tired, and that was actually written into the regulations to protect the driver, and now it's being used against them. And so there's just things like that's what I really migrate to is giving drivers back their control.
Yeah, and I feel like, Jimmy, that's okay. I feel like that's, by the way, in your warehouse as well, but there's a lot of people, I like that story because it means you get to talk to drivers. Because you get you get a real sense of personal anecdote in there, where the horror stories of how, like I said, that's the big worry about stopping the 14-hour clock that you pointed out very nicely. I mean, that's the thing. It's like how many things have been onboarded to help the drivers, only to have the boys in the suits take a long look at the paperwork and figure out how it can benefit them instead. That's been the whole story, hasn't it?
Oh, another great example of that is the overtime exemption. That was written into the regulations to prevent truck drivers from having to work extra hours. And now it's being used against them.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you can leave it up to the fat cats. They're going to figure out a way to use regulations in a predatory way. But I think if we get smarter as a group and write these a little bit more bulletproof and protections in for the driver, and make it clear that this is for the driver. It's not for the motor carrier. That's when you start winning these fights.
Yeah, you got to make sure that there's not somebody putting a poison pill in there that allows people to wiggle free of their responsibility, the men and the women who work for them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we've only got just a few more moments here left with Jamie Jones, but I wanted for you to give people a preview of what they can expect to see the next couple of days in Landline. I mean, after all, you have some ability to control what ends up in that platform, just a little bit.
A little bit. Actually, we're still peeling through these. We're taking each one of the 9 and we're continuing to break those down. So that will be a very big part of the August-September issue, which will be going to press here before too much longer, before we know it. And so those are things, we're just doing a lot of deep dive, a lot of research into these 9 different topics. But there's a lot going on. I mean, we are still looking at fuel surcharges because, the instability in the fuel prices right now, you never really know what's going to send them one way or the other. We're doing a lot of business, how to continue to survive in this down economy and things like that. Again, we really just work hard to try and empower the drivers to, right now survive and potentially thrive a little bit in this down economy, and that's what we're really looking to help them with.
The fast and the furious that is Nemo Nation has to say goodbye to Jamie Jones. Promise me at some point you, Dave, and I are going to have a long-form conversation at some point. We'll save a half hour for you to talk about what it is exactly the FMCSA really does. I'm not being glib or funny because I don't think anybody can really define it for me at this point. I'm not sure whether they're regulatory or enforcement, and I don't think they know either. And I think the instability and the lack of somebody actually having that job for 3 to 4 years has really made it an impossible situation for the drivers, not the people who are using it as a stepping stone. We'll find time, Jamie. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Take care.
All righty. Jamie Jones is a regular contributor here on Nemo Nation. Speaking of regular contributors on Nemo Nation, we now shift gears and go to the man with the plan, transportation supply chain journalist extraordinaire, umpire, and raconteur of movies like The Verdict. It's our good friend Dan Ronan arrives on the scene. Don't look at your computer. Talk to him, Dave. Talk to him.
Good morning, Dan.
How you doing?
I'm good, Dan. Welcome aboard.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing great. Great to talk to you on this. I think I'm already wearing platform out. We need a new term here. We're multiple platforms now. Yeah.
How was your 4th, Dan?
I spent it working. I spent basically 3 days doing traffic and weather together on the 8th. That was it.
Well, weather is one of the things that you certainly want to talk about here this morning. We were in contact yesterday about today's program, and I think 61 or 2 people were known dead over in Texas in the Hill Country, and now that number is over 82, and there are still dozens of people still missing. Wow. And I did not know. I knew about Hurricane Alley, or rather Tornado Alley, and my line about that is Tornado Alley used to be a 2-lane highway. Now it's a 16-lane super freeway. I did not realize that there was a flash flood alley through that area of Texas, the Hill Country, Guadalupe River.
It's a beautiful part of Texas.
Oh yeah, been there.
Northwest of San Antonio, that area between San Antonio to Austin and out to the part of the western part of the state, which is where the oil and gas industry makes, so much of our natural resources in terms of using for oil and gas. But here we have, this river that was basically pretty dry at the time of the flooding Thursday night into Friday, pretty dry, and they had what they say was 4 or 5 months worth of rain in a period of 45 minutes, just an extraordinary amount of rain along this river. And of course, Camp Mystic, a well-known summer camp on the banks of the river. And now you've got, 27 children and camp counselors dead, and maybe as many as 100 people when all of this is all tidied up, 100 deaths and countless injuries. It's just a terrible human tragedy.
Unbelievable. And, of course, now the blame game is being thrown all over the place, just wildly now. And we go back to the fact that in the year 2025, there was no – if this area was a known danger area in terms of flash flooding, should there have been some type of warning system like, tornado warning sirens and things. So that's going to be one that's going to be wrangled through now for the next several months.
Well, it is. And that's, again, so many times when we've covered these type of events, whether it be tornadoes or flooding or whatever the case may be, in this case, this started at 2 o'clock in the morning. This started, 1:30 in the morning with the heavy rains, and then continued raining for several hours. 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, most people are asleep. Most people are in bed. Are they in a condition where in the middle of the night you can evacuate a camp with several hundred children and counselors and get them out of harm's way, on county country roads 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. Is that feasible? I don't know the answer to that. And you're right. There is a lot of finger pointing and a lot of concerns about the fact that, was the Weather Service in Austin, was the Weather Service in San Antonio up to full staff? Did they have the right amount of people on duty on the overnight shift? Did they know that this was coming? These are all questions that are going to be raised, and hopefully there'll be some answers that we can get to at least bring some, not closure, but at least get some answers to these folks that have lost loved ones, because the enormity of the tragedy is just so high. And I think I'm going to draw a parallel. Again, it's the overnight shift. And, a couple of months ago here in D.C., back on the 29th of January, we had a horrific plane crash on the Potomac River in which killed 67 people. And we have since learned out that they didn't have adequate staffing at that time of the day. They had dropped down to the overnight staffing about an hour earlier than they should. Did they have adequate staffing in Austin and San Antonio at the National Weather Service on this night? We don't know, but these are going to be questions that are going to be asked, and I'm sure that the county officials in Kerrville and likely the governor of Texas and others will be looking into, because it's just a horrible, horrible tragedy.
The thing I wanted to ask you, Dan, on an expertise level, is to kind of let our listeners know, in order to be a reporter in this kind of situation, in order to cover this kind of event, what kind of work do you have to do to kind of get a full picture? I mean, of course, you have your sources and all that, but what does it take for a reporter, anybody covering the news, to actually go into this environment and figure out how to tell this story without being sensational, while at the same time not underplaying what has happened?
Well, you can't underplay it. I mean, just the enormity, the pictures from a television standpoint, the cars, the people being rescued by helicopters out of trees. It's amazing that that they're pulling folks who are stuck on tree branches, and they're rescuing them, or they were rescuing them with helicopters to try and save their lives. It's amazing. The thing that you fight as a reporter in this situation is you have to somewhat emotionally distance yourself from what's happening, because if you don't, it's really easy to get caught up in the enormity of what happened. There's 27 children and camp counselors who have died, young children, 8, 9, 10 years old, 11, 12, 13, a terrible loss of life. Camp counselors who, devote their lives to try and, raising, nice young children and getting them into adulthood as good young adults. So it's hard not to get caught up in the enormity of it, but as someone who is a professional reporter, and I've watched a friend of mine, Ed Lavandera from CNN, who's been doing just splendid work.
Yeah, he's been great.
The last couple of days.
He's been great.
He's a fabulous reporter and a wonderful journalist, but I'm sure there is a period of enormity of sadness that you feel when you go back to the hotel room after you pulled a 12 or 16-hour shift, and you look back at what you've done, and you just feel overwhelmingly sad, and you're in a state of, almost, traumatic shock of like the first responders, like the firefighters, like the Coast Guard, the paramedics, the Texas Navy, the cops, everybody who's, trying to, save these people and find some of these folks alive.
At two are numbers, and that kind of puts things in perspective. And I did not realize this, but last year, 145 people in the U.S. died in flash floods. 145 people. On average, over the last 30 years, we have lost 127 lives every year in floods. And they happen here and there in twos and threes, not like this. But floods are much more dangerous than we give them credit for. When you get a tornado warning, it's like, oh boy, that's dangerous. You get a hurricane warning, you start filling up the car and you leave town.
Yeah.
People don't tend to take flooding as seriously.
You're talking to somebody, by the way, guys. I was actually under a bypass in the city of New Orleans when a rain event occurred, and the water actually got to the midpoint of my car. And I turned to my friend and I said, "Get the windows down now. I don't care how much water comes in here. We are not going to be these guys."
Mhm.
And it suddenly dawns on you in those moments. My aunt actually had to be saved from under a bypass by a passerby who actually slammed on his brakes and dove into the water, smashed her window, and pulled her out to safety. They happen so quickly. There's no way of being prepared for them other than knowing when the rains begin at certain times in certain communities. You have to kind of buckle down and not go where there is any chance of getting caught in that, right? Which means what happened to those girls only could have been prevented, if at all, if in fact there had been an understanding of the situation before it happened, right?
Yeah. And again, we're looking at something that happened in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock in the morning, 1:32, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. They say that river came up so quickly. They say that river gained 26 feet in 45 minutes. I mean, that's 2.5 stories. That's 2.5, almost 3 stories of water rushing down that, what was basically a dry creek over the period of less than an hour. It's pretty phenomenal when you think about it. But you're right. Would they have had enough time to get everybody out of there and get them on a bus and hustle them out of there as fast as they could? We don't know.
That might have even been more dangerous.
Well, yeah, and by the way, places like New Orleans where people understand that reality, Dan, one of the things they'll tell people is it's too late, get your ass up to the roof. That there are people who actually, when communities really understand that, maybe the best route would have been to somehow get the girls up rather than get the girls out at that point. Because at that point, it's too late. Once the rain starts coming down, it's almost too late, as Dave said.
Those cabins were actually blown away. I mean, washed away themselves.
Exactly.
Well, it's like a small tsunami, and it's like that's kind of what it's like. It's like a small tsunami in a very isolated area, and you're right. Maybe the best course of action would have been climb up on the roof and hope the water line doesn't get to the top of the roof of the building. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you right now, there are a lot of New Orleanians who became friends with trees during Katrina. I'm not kidding about that. There's a lot of people.
I had a friend of mine. He's since passed, but he was an older fella, and he went to the attic of his house, and then had them cut a hole in his roof to get him out of his house, and he kept his old landline. And that's how he stayed in touch with folks, was on his landline. He said, "I'm in the roof. I'm in the ceiling."
I kid you not. We had some friends of ours who actually were saved only by the fact that her ex-husband had died in her house. They brought him in to kind of take care of him at the end of his life. They left his hospital bed there, and they floated to safety on his bed after Katrina, which meant the deceased ex-husband actually saved everybody in the house's life because they used his bed as a flotation device. Dan Ronan has joined us this morning. We got to bring you back, brother, at some point and keep the conversation going. We'll get you onto a long form, some 25 minutes where we can really dig into some stuff. It's good to hear your voice, by the way. Thank you, sir.
Chat with you. We'll talk to you soon, guys. Bye-bye.
Dan the Man Ronan. Nemo Nation continues, by the way. Wade Seaberg is going to be coming up here, and then Rick Gobble with Rick's Rules, and the NACFE is going to be here in the form of Mike Roth, and then a long-form conversation with Rebecca Brewster. We'll continue that long form for the last hour of the show when Dale Bennett of the Virginia Virginia Trucking Association arrives, and then Ben Greenberg from North Carolina, friend of the show. We got to take a quick break here. We'll come back on the other side. It is Nemo Nation. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning.
We'll be right back.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, Catskills, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why wait, did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
Behind the scenes at its finest. This is we're live in Crescent City, and this is the beautiful Nemo Nation broadcasting from Fastport Studios. Jimmy, take it away.
Good morning. Welcome back. Dave, I got a chance at the ACT Expo to talk to a guy, make a friend. We're thrilled to welcome him back. Would you care to do the honors of introduction?
Wade Seaberg, and this will be the 3rd time I get to hear Wade's voice because I heard you and Wade talk at the ACT Expo. And then last week I went back and revisited that conversation on the YouTube platform.
On the tube of you, where
man.
all of this
and
content ends up
that's
eventually.
That's the cool stuff we've been talking about that we're going to be able to do now that we're on all of the platforms and everything. But Wade is, if you remember Wade, he is the Chief Commercial Officer for Dragonfly Energy. And, of course, the folks who bring you the Battle-Born batteries. He's the Chief Commercial Officer at Dragonfly, where he leads the company's sales and business development and revenue diversification and all that kind of stuff. But we're more interested in just talking to him. So, Wade, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, well, thanks for joining us. And we've been kind of asking the question here this morning, Jimmy Mack has, how did you spend your 4th of July weekend?
Oh, I enjoyed a beautiful, hot weekend up at Lake Freeman in Indiana. So, yeah, it was great. It was great.
Okay.
So out on the lake a little bit and playing with family, and all the kids were home. So it was a great time.
We have to ask the question because last week we actually had a guest on who actually solved the mystery of where the hamburger came from. What did you have to eat on the 4th of July?
I actually had brats and cheeseburgers, so it was great. On a classic old school Kettle Weber grill.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I went to Blue Dog Barbecue in the morning. And by the morning, I mean 11:30 a.m., just raced over there after the show. And then I made my way to a brother's house. I had a Texas burger at Blue Dog Barbecue. And then I went and had brats at my brother and sat by the pool with him. So I really kind of just basically decided to paralyze myself. We're all back at it now. We're back at it with Wade Seaberg. What is going on in transportation right now as far as your 30,000-foot view affords you? What are you seeing?
I'm seeing, we're seeing fleets try to figure out and navigate the higher costs of equipment, and we're seeing some of that come through with fleets trying to run equipment a little bit longer than maybe they used to because of some of the higher prices that are happening in the market. But we're still witnessing a large number of fleets trying to control OpEx through their fuel spend and factors like that. So it's a really interesting time in trucking as the markets try to figure themselves out a little bit. I think everybody's being really patient and playing a little bit of a wait and see game.
One of the things that this is Dave Waite. One of the things that I kind of extrapolated, if you will, and maybe I shouldn't have, out of the discussion that you and Jim had at the ACT Expo, you kind of reminded me of the APU, the Auxiliary Power Unit. 25 years ago, somebody came up with a great idea in terms of, well, you know the whole story. Everybody knows the APU story. You had that big engine, just burning a lot of fuel for the hotel loads when you parked. Why can't we just do something about that? So let's put a little engine. It's only 450 pounds. Put it on the rail here, and it'll run the hotel loads for us. Another little diesel engine, but it's better than the big diesel engine. But it weighs 450 pounds, so now that's a problem. Now we got to get that taken care of. You guys come along with the lithium batteries, but they're lighter. I won't say lightweight, but lighter weight, so that really helps out a lot. So this is really a manifestation of the next step, I guess, from the rather crude beginnings of the APU, as useful as that was. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. The OEMs came out with electric APUs a number of years ago, and they were using lead acid batteries to power those. And the problem really isn't APU is an industry accepted term, so it's one that we just grabbed onto, but it's everybody associates it with air conditioning, right? And that's why you're running that piece of equipment.
Airplanes.
But it's more. It's more than that, right? You're powering all of the inverted loads, so the driver's CPAP machine, their television, their microwave and refrigerator. And the real, it's interesting. We are in a lot of fleet trials and launches and things, and every couple of weeks we'll invite the driver to participate in the trial review. And a couple of weeks ago we had a driver on, and his comment to his fleet director was, I don't want any of my comments to seem negative. Like, I'm going to be a little bit critical of things that maybe we need to improve, but I don't want you taking this truck from me. And we all kind of chuckled, and he said, why? He said, well, I no longer have a lawnmower running outside my window when I'm trying to sleep.
Yeah, boy, that was a
right?
big, yes. In fact, this goes back almost about 20 years ago. We were at the GATS show, the Great American Trucking Show in Dallas. Almost got into a fist fight one night at one of the big clubs where we had an after party over the noise that APUs were making at the time.
Yeah.
Man, it was just crazy because we had one as a sponsor.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
No, I mean they've come a really long way, and now it's time to make that next step, just simply in battery technology, because what we're trying to do is really take all of the lessons that we've learned from the RV market, where we're the dominant brand, right, and take all those lessons into trucking. So the same lithium systems that are used by adventurers and OEMs like Airstream are now helping truckers stay powered on the road, right? And the diesel engine's really efficient at moving freight. We think we're a long way away from full electrification. We're seeing OEMs and fleets look at more hybrid models. Let's use that diesel engine to move the freight efficiently across this country, but let's turn it off when we're not using it to move freight. That's our whole message.
Let's talk about lithium just for a moment, because when you talk about lithium, the immediate thing is, well, where is it? Oh, my goodness, it's there. Oh, sure. China, okay, all of these places where we don't want it to be. But on the other side of that coin, and correct me if I'm wrong, but lithium is recyclable, right? In other words, it doesn't wear out.
It is recyclable, and on top of that, I mean, our product carries a 10-year warranty, so the product's going to last for the lifetime of that asset, and it is recyclable. The other thing I'd say about where you're getting lithium is Dragonfly Energy, we're in a really great spot within the lithium industry. There's a mine in the Rhyolite Ridge that Ioneer just got fully permitted and is going to start extracting lithium. I think it'll start producing in about 2 years from now. And I venture to say that lithium is very much like oil and gas, in that until you really start looking for it, you don't really know where it all is, right?
Okay,
There's a ton of lithium deposits here in the U.S., but we got to get the processing back here and everything. So I really think that the lithium marketplace, to your point, it's, yes, we currently are resourcing all of our lithium from China, right, from Asia.
Mm-hmm.
However, the lithium products that we're coming out with are much more practical than, what we're doing within propulsion, right? So for standby power, our lithium solutions are very practical. The other point I'd make is, to your point of recycling, yes, you can reclaim mostly all of the materials that are used inside that little battery cell. So they put it all into what they call black mass, right? And they melt it all down and are able to, I don't know, fully understand the recycling technology, but what we've tested in our labs, we've tested recycled lithium, and it performs on par with brand new lithium extracted out of the ground. So it's a great chemistry. We utilize lithium iron phosphate. Lithium's a very generic term, right? There's nickel manganese and there's NCA, nickel and cobalt, but we utilize lithium iron phosphate, which is very safe and very clean.
Are we looking? Is there any effort being done to make artificial lithium? Does that even make sense? Do you know what I'm trying to say? To replace lithium? Are we looking
like
ahead that far
almost?
yet? Yes.
Yeah, I don't. I haven't seen anything with regards to a synthetic. I think the next step you're going to see that everybody's kind of chasing is that solid state lithium that allows for more energy dense and even safer products. We like the idea of solid state lithium because at our core, we're a battery technology firm, right? We want to build cells here in the U.S. and being able to do that in a solid state fashion means that you've taken a lot of the flammability, you've removed that highly flammable electrolyte out of the cell. And now you're able to pack more power into a smaller space and not have the safety concern, right?
Wade,
so I think that's the next technology bridge you're going to see.
By the way, that's a good place to end it. Unbelievable because of this new format, Fast and Furious. We say we're going to get you back to come on again. We're going to get you on for a longer segment so we can kind of unpack a lot of these ideas. It's been great having you. Promise us you'll come back again sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jimmy. Thanks, Dave.
Wade, thank you.
Wade Seaberg, of course, is the Chief Commercial Officer over at Dragonfly Energy. Guys, by the way, there's all kind of places you can check them out. Battlebornbatteries.com is where you can start. Dragonflyenergy.com. That's your product information and your company information. We shift gears once again. I'm going to turn this over for the next 20 minutes or so to Dave. Got a couple of friends of the show. Guess who's up, Dave?
Our good friend Rick Gobble is up. Hey, Rick, good morning.
Hey, Dave, man, everything's great around here. Hope everything's great around you. It is a good morning. It's a good morning.
So far, so good, that's for sure. Well, we're going to ask you the same question we've asked everybody. And how was your 4th of July?
Well, we had a good 4th, had the kids over, what we normally do, cooked out a burger and a hot dog, burned, what I told somebody, I said, let's burn a burger, let's burn some beef.
Yeah.
I guess that's a redneck thing. We'll burn it down to a certain level, and then eat it. But great 4th. We're blessed every 4th we get now, so. Yep, everything's good around here. I hope everything's good around you.
Yeah, it's funny. I was just thinking, burn a burger or smash that burger. Smash burger, that's the big thing. Step on that burger.
Yeah, smash that thing down a little bit. Make it a little bigger than what it was a minute ago.
For sure, yeah.
Make it fit on that bun better. Yeah, we've done a bunch of that, but I hope we get to a whole bunch more. But we're all blessed, and we had a great Fourth. Proud of this country. Enjoyed the fireworks shows, especially the one out of Washington D.C. That's just absolutely gorgeous, and it makes chills run up down your spine. When you see how patriotic most of this country is, and what a good country we have, and how blessed we are to be in it.
Hey, listen, just on a personal note, and I know a lot of our listeners know Hank. I did not know Hank was in the hospital, but he had minor surgery, then wound up with an infection, so he's been in ICU, Hank Seaton, so we certainly hope and pray that he gets out of there fast.
Yeah, it's scary, at our age, and something like that happens. But I don't have all the details. When you're in ICU, you don't get visitors. But just as soon as he can get out, he may be out. They've taken him off of some of the life support things, and he seems to be doing a little better. So as soon as I get to where I can, I'll go see him. And me and Hank now are 50-year friends, and maybe even longer than that.
Yeah.
I know that when I went to Interstate Commerce Commission in Pittsburgh, he was one of the first attorneys I dealt with, because he's in D.C. and they filed a lot of applications and stuff. We found out that we was both in Tennessee, and that goes back to 1975. So. Very concerning to me as a personal friend, and we've done some business, but we're not hooked at the hip or anything. But anyway, I'm very concerned, and let's all wish and pray that Hank gets a recovery and everything works after that.
Boy. Yeah.
But anyway.
Well, we'll kind of go back into the program lane here, Rick. So, personal conveyance, man, I would imagine that in your position in life and your career, when you hear personal conveyance, the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, because nobody knows what to do about that. There's no rule, there's no reg, only guidance, and now CVSA wants to basically jump into the fray in terms of re-guiding us on personal conveyance. What do you see in the crystal ball on this one?
Well, I'm certainly hoping nothing comes of this, because anytime you start letting police officers, and they're inspectors, but they're also police officers, they carry guns, they can arrest you, shoot you, and all kinds of things like that, start writing the rules, or at least the guidance to the rules, that's so dangerous, because it all they can think about, for the most part, is what can I write a ticket for? And I see so much abuse in data queues for personal conveyance, and it is complicated. I understand that from an enforcement standpoint. You don't really know whether the guy's telling you the truth, and the guy, he lives in St. Louis, and he unloads in Memphis, Tennessee, and then he shows personal conveyance to St. Louis. Now, does he go back to Memphis, or does he go back to Cape Girardeau, or where does he go back to load, especially on their operators now? I mean, that's what they're mostly concerned about. And it is hard to figure it out, and from a state level. But, I'll never forget when I first started checking trucks for the state of Tennessee, my captain, Lum Edwards, and we didn't get much training at all. We got, just basic in-service training. We was out there checking trucks. Somebody had been there longer than we have, taught us how to check trucks. And I have a little bit of advantage because I grew up in trucking business. Daddy was in trucking business, and I'd worked on trucks with Daddy. Of course, I didn't understand that much about them, but I understood kind of how things worked. And I'm pretty mechanically minded. I guess that comes from Daddy. I always said Daddy could overhaul an engine in an old car with nothing but a pair of wire pliers and a screwdriver. And I mean that's how and I saw Daddy do it so many times. Pull that old car in behind the house and overhaul the engine, put pistons in, inserts in, and drive it another 30,000 miles. I think back in those days, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, a rebuild kit to rebuild a V8 engine was about $69. And you know, now it's ridiculous, but it might have been less than that. That included all your gaskets, all your inserts, your rings, bearing inserts. I don't know what you're talking about, but I mean, I kind of had that advantage. And then Dad was an owner operator, so I kind of saw, and as I got in the enforcement business and started checking trucks and checking logbooks and reading the rules. I saw where Dad was probably logging more hours than he had to actually log, because he would unload in Memphis on Friday afternoon, and he'd come home 140 miles east of Memphis, stay the weekend, and then go back to Memphis and load and go east. Well, I mean, that's what we want them to do. That is not commerce. That's personal conveyance. And the state guys cannot get that in their mind. You know what? Less than half of the state guys could ever figure out a sleeper burst split. Less than half of them, because I trained them.
Yeah.
And I don't. That's the one. Some of them may be okay. We could talk about some of the guidances, but that owner operators can't use personal conveyance at all. Well, of course, you know, back to CVSA, which I think's got too much influence with the regulations and too much influence with FMCSA. Here they want to make it easy for the officers. So, you know, owner operators, that's your truck? Yeah, it's my truck. Well, then you can't use personal conveyance. But I'm going to tell you, there's something going on right now with this new administration, and I'm getting some feedback from some of my sources that the FMCS staff is very upset the way it's going right now from headquarters down. The division administrator, the job I had, I was Tennessee division administrator, you know, and somebody needed a rating upgrade request. Well, they filed it. They filed it with Atlanta, but Atlanta, the regional office, Atlanta sent it to me, and I made a recommendation to grant it or deny it. And I sent it back to Atlanta, and they sent out exactly what I recommended, you know. But that's not what they're doing now. Now which I fully applaud. I always thought as a division administrator, I had too much power over trucking companies.
Mm-hmm.
So now that has gone back to Atlanta, and Atlanta, which is a third party, supposed to be a third party, non-biased source for making those determinations. Because you go back to the division administrator doing it, he's the one that did the audit. And then you go back to him and ask it be changed, you know, be improved. So that's one thing. The other thing is they're very distraught because now they're having to get more documentation to prove the violations. Good Lord.
Wow.
And you know, what does that mean? Well, we got to get a bill of lading. We're going to have to get some toll tickets. We're going to have to get some fuel tickets. We're going to have to really prove that these violations occurred. We can't just take something and say the violation occurred. And you know what I used to say when I was the agency, somebody called me up and start whining about things. I say, can you hold on just a minute while I play some sad violin music as we talk?
Yeah.
And of course, you know.
So now I know why you said, when I first asked you, well, what's in the crystal ball? What do you think? And you said, well, I hope nothing comes of this.
Yeah, and I really do. I mean, it's complicated enough right now, and simplifying it is not an issue. Now let's go back to the next thing. Does anybody happen to have any data that personal conveyance is causing crashes? Does anybody have anything?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, or do you just want that so it makes your work easier? And it just you can tell I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
Of that, and I'm certainly not a fan of a third party non-enforcement group having that much influence over this agency. And the longer I was around when they created that thing, and I've been here ever since, and I think they're just off base and having that much influence. And I certainly hope that FMCSA's leadership says, no, we're going to leave this like it is. It's not a problem unless you can come and show me it's a problem. Show me the problem. It's like them writing out the service criteria. And now when I used to sit on committees at CVSA, I used to say, do we have any data to show that this violation contributes to a crash? Well, no, but I think it does. Well, what makes you think that? You know, but anyway, I wasn't a fan. They didn't like me there, and I didn't like being there, so that didn't last long.
Yeah, yeah.
But other than that, Miss Lincoln, how was the play?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, I remember, and I've told this story, back when DataQ first came out, you know, and folks were trying to unravel that, I went to a big trucking company, one of our sponsors, and I was at the headquarters there. And I was in the room, and all these guys are in there working. There was one fellow way in the back at a desk all by himself. And I went back there to introduce myself to him, and I asked the fellow I was with, what's that guy back there doing? He says, oh, we just put him on data queue. It was like, yeah. He was like, you were surprised that his desk wasn't facing the wall, you know what I mean, in the corner back there. So 7 days ago, FMCSA announces that they are going to do something about improving the data queue appeals process. Wow. That is, you got to start from square one on that one in terms of, you know.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
I think what they got to do is they got to get it out of the hands of the state agency or the local agency that wrote the violation.
Well, yeah.
You got to have a non-biased third-party decision maker, and you cannot rely on the agency that wrote the violation for the decisions. Now, they did not do that with the crash preventability program, but it is exactly that for the rest of the data queue. I got one out in California right now, and I don't know who this little agency was that wrote this inspection. They cited our driver for a false log because while he was logging off duty at a truck stop for 10 hours, they asked him this question. Well, did you get in the sleeper berth any time during that 10-hour period? And he said, well, I probably did, yeah. They were on a false log. A false log. They don't know the regulations. And they get a little bit of training on it, and now I think it's going into the third week of the state of California. That's where you file your data queue with. They've yet to make a decision. They told me twice now, we've sent this back to the jurisdiction that wrote the violation. We hadn't heard back. So I've got 2 emails now in the last 2 weeks, or maybe a little longer now. They yet to make a decision. And I said, can you imagine what we would do if every time we stopped the driver and he logged sleeper berth, for example, if he logged sleeper berth at a truck stop for 10 hours, you say, did you go in and eat breakfast? Did you eat lunch? Did you take a shower? Well, yeah, I went in. Yeah. Well, you falsified your log because you didn't log sleeper berth. You didn't log that you went off duty for those 15-minute periods.
Mm-hmm.
So and that's just part of it. There was another one written up for the same violation. I've got them both data queued. And, we'll see what comes of it. But, yeah, there's got to be some improvements with the data queue system. We've got to get it out of the hands of the local enforcement agencies and put it into.
And there's another component here, too. And recently I've been quoting Tony Soprano a lot, where Tony Soprano would come up to somebody and say, hey, it's nothing personal. It's just business. And then he shoots him, But wait, when you get that officer on the side of the road and he says you've done something wrong and he puts it down on paper and then you go to data queue it, that becomes personal to this guy, though, because now if he says, well, I was wrong, that goes on his record. So when he goes up for a promotion, somebody's going to say, well, in January of 2017, he said this guy was wrong, but he was right, so we can't promote. You know what I'm saying? In other words, it gets personal.
It's all...
Well, here's and you'll see this on YouTube. These officers will write you a violation, say there's no penalty, there's no fine, there's nothing you got to do but correct it and send it back in to us. Well, they don't tell them it's going to be on data queue, and people are going to be able to get it for the next 24 months that you were the driver, and what is that, those pre-employment screening programs?
Yeah,
they don't tell them that. and they don't tell them about if you don't, it's kind of like you, but we didn't write your ticket, so it's no big deal, but it's not going to amount to anything. And then the guy applies for a job somewhere and can't get the job because he has a couple of write-ups, and there is no real challenge for him except the data queue system.
And by the way, what Rick is basically calling for is there is no I in team, but there are 3 in arbitration. And that's important. An independent arbitrator always makes all the difference. And by the way, anything that involves your paycheck is absolutely personal. Don't let any corporate shrill tell you anything differently. Rick, we love having you on, man. Thanks for extending your time with us this morning. Go have a great day, my friend.
Okay, thank you. Glad to be here.
Rick Gobble, everybody.
Rick's rules. Rick continues to rule here on Nemo Nation. Speaking of ruling, well, few people rule better than Rebecca Brewster. Rebecca not so punky Brewster. Absolutely outstanding of, truckingresearch.org. The lady in charge of ATRI, making her first, not her organization, but her first appearance on Nemo Nation, one of our most loyal members of the resistance. We'll be back on the other side of these messages with Rebecca Brewster for the third second half hour of Nemo Nation.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in one. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Back to that drive that talks America, or talks that drives America. This is Nemo Nation. Let's rejoin good old Dave and Jimmy live from Passport Studios.
I just want to point out really quickly that smash sandwich is only served inside of TA Petro and TA Travel Centers of America, and there's a good reason for that, because if you're actually eating one of those things we're driving, you might as well be drunk.
Yeah.
I mean, you might as well be drunk. I mean, it's going to be dripping all over you. I mean, what are people thinking? Do not smash and drive is what we're telling you right now.
It's a stationary sandwich.
That thing is a stationary sandwich, absolutely stationary. I want to give Rebecca Brewster, friend of the show, #RGR, a couple of choices here. If you had to celebrate, you only get to pick one, and I'm going to leave International Supply Chain Professional Day off of this equation because you'll immediately go to that and be a goody two-shoes. Daniel Boone Day, National Chocolate Ice Cream Day, or National VCR Day. Which one are you celebrating, Rebecca Brewster, and good morning?
Good morning. I have to go with National Chocolate Ice Cream Day.
Nice.
So you're a chocolate ice cream lady. Now, are you a pure? Are you the kind of person you eat just a bowl of chocolate ice cream, nothing on it? Is that your bag?
No, if ice cream is in the sentence, I don't care what else goes with it. I'm all in.
I understand. You're a purist.
Yeah,
you're a purist. Like
yeah.
people who love baseball, you're an absolute purist. I didn't expect any different from you, by the way. Didn't expect it. How you doing?
I'm wonderful, and I have to tell you, I'm so excited to be on this platform with you this morning for the first time because my biggest fan out there, my husband Kevin Brewster, can now go on the Book of Face and hear his wife talking to you. So I love it.
Yeah, it's fun,
Well,
isn't it?
there
It is
you
so
are.
much fun. And by the way, we don't get a chance to really kind of interact with people on Facebook other than me taking a good hard look in the morning when people start logging in. And to see you there on a regular basis, just dropping in to say good morning to people is really fun. And it's great to see, you had made the comment that I think Tara said on the air how great it was to actually hear Dre as a genuine personality on the air, to hear more and more of him. As a presence.
Absolutely.
And we love that kind of input and that kind of feedback. And the fact that, by the way, as you know from our long conversations, and Dave's got plenty to ask you this morning, you and I are both data junkies. And the fact that I have access for the first, I've been doing this job almost a decade now. It'll be a decade. I get blurred now about when I started writing for Dave and when I started doing the show on the air. We have never ever had access to our numbers, ever, period. We've been told things. We were told things to encourage us. We were told things to discourage us. But the idea of being able to see both anecdotal evidence and data-driven evidence is such an incredibly positive thing. I was reminded about why it is you love your job so much. Isn't that the fact?
Absolutely. And, we live by that, too. I mean, we all want validation that what we're doing is impactful and useful for people. And one of our key metrics at ATRI is how many downloads of our reports there are. And so I just want to say thanks to all of your listeners over the years who have heard us talk about a specific study online with you and then gone to our website, truckingresearch.org, and downloaded a copy of that research. That's what we're here for. That's our mission, to put that data and analysis out there. So understanding and seeing how many people download those studies is really, it's a rush for us at ATRI.
That is awesome. We used to make the joke about folks can download it and use it or abuse it as they will, and they do.
They do, and Dave, I credit you with that phrase all the time when I'm out doing presentations. We hope they use it for the good, but we know there are those out there who unfortunately sometimes abuse our findings for their own purposes.
Yeah, it's funny with numbers. You can make them flow in any direction you want them to flow for a while, and then the truth comes up with the actual number that you're looking for. You guys have been really busy. Well, you've always been busy, but this year seems to be almost kind of to me, hanging around with you for as long as I have, and then you've been doing this for a while too with ATRI. This year's list of research priorities seems a little bit deeper or bigger, more meaty. Am I resonating with you at all here?
No, you are, and this was a new research advisory committee, so that's the group of individuals representing all parts of the industry who figure out what research we should be doing at ATRI, where are there the biggest needs for additional data and analysis. And that group, there's 36, 37 people on the current RAC right now. Mm-hmm. They turn over every 2 years. So the 25, 26 RAC, new group, this was their first meeting when they met in March, and then they came up with a list of priorities that then goes to the ATRI Board of Directors, who ultimately has to approve those studies because it's, the Institute's contributions we're using to pay for that research and do that research. So the board approved the list that the RAC identified in May. And you're right. First of all, a couple notable things that jump out to me is what I love is there are studies that ATRI has done in the past that this RAC said, things have changed, new data, we need you to update that research. The research was so powerful and impactful when it first came out. Go get the new data and see what the trends are. And that's with the rising insurance costs, and that was the number one research priority, but also the efficacy of entry-level driver training. So we did a study back in 2008 that looked at the safety impacts of driver training. What training were drivers receiving? How long were they spending on specific topics? How long were they spending in the cab of a truck versus in the classroom? And what are the safety impacts of that? Well, fast forward now to current day, and we have the entry-level driver training rule or mandate. And so this RAC said, you know what, that first study was very telling. Let's go see how things have changed with the ELDT rules. So a couple of these titles might sound familiar, but they are new, deeper dives into both of those topics.
You know, one of the things about the efficacy of entry-level driver training on safety outcomes, that's a mouthful, and it should be a game changer, and we should know how that game has changed. Should that information be coming from you, or should it be coming from DOT? I mean, why are you doing that? You know, you understand what I'm asking?
Right. We're grateful.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all grateful over here. I'm grading, but we're grateful.
But you're
for
the
you.
industry. Why is the industry doing this? I mean, I know you should, and it's great, but we should be depending on them to do this.
Well, and I think the power of ATRI is our trusted third-party status. So, yes, we are industry stakeholders, no question about it, and no question that the industry is very vested in ATRI's success and making sure ATRI is studying the right things. But we are that objective outside party that brings our research knowledge to these topics. So, you know, quite frankly, there might be some who, if the DOT published a study on this very topic, might say, well, you know, that's the DOT pumping up or whatever their own program. You know, everybody
no matter
can
what
be
they say,
skeptical
you're
of
going to
those
have,
studies.
there's going to be a
Right.
shadow over it because of the story. Yeah, I got you now. Yeah,
Right.
I understand
So, you know,
that. Yeah.
I think we're in a great position to do it, and quite frankly, you know, I think the DOT was very appreciative of the first one we did back in 2008, and so I think they will look forward to, and hopefully benefit from the results of this particular study.
Well, you walked right through the same door I was going to go through too, because it's not just you guys, it's not just company owners, fleet management, it's not just drivers, but it's the government, federal and hopefully states as well, who actually use and or abuse the information they get from you guys, because the government does come to, they look at everything you guys do very seriously and use it.
They do, and you know, I mentioned how we track the downloads of our study. It's so gratifying to me when I look through, because we get an email every time someone downloads, so we can see who's downloading. And the diversity of individuals across all levels of government, federal, state, even local governments who download our studies, that really means a lot to me. Obviously, our primary audience is the trucking industry, but when we see the public sector engage so frequently with our research, that tells me we're hitting the mark. They trust us. They rely on our data and hopefully put the findings to use within their various levels of government.
Without giving ATRI any credit. But that's fine.
That's all right. We love it. We love it.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is that the credit, you know, and I'm not telling you how you should receive credit, but the credit you get is those downloads, and the credit you get is the continued support. I mean, that's the big thing, is the fact that, you know, anytime you're trusted as an honest broker, people try to ensure that you stay in that role, which is why you have so many diverse stakeholders in the game. Because anybody that thinks that trucking moves along on one route together as a unified front also thinks there's only one trucking industry in America, right? I mean, you guys literally cover, you really cover the gamut, don't you, in regards to all of the different holders, right down to the rack itself. I mean, it's not just it's not just carriers, it's not just independent operators, it's also law enforcement. I mean, I hate to have you repeat yourself. Give our listeners a sense of how big the coalition of folks who have a vested stake in making what you guys do work.
Right, and that's what makes those RAC meetings so fascinating, is they all come from very different perspectives. So, of course, we have trucking fleet representatives, but we have big carriers and small carriers on there, you know, one truck operators to, 1,000 truck operators. And within those organizations, we have different positions. So sometimes we have a safety director. Sometimes we have a CFO, a chief financial officer. They just represent different parts of the organization, so their perspectives are different. We, of course, have some of our friends on the allied side, those people who supply things and products to the industry represented, so insurance industry, defense attorneys. But we have a law enforcement officer, so a motor carrier enforcement officer, roadside inspection officer, there providing his or her perspective. We have a federal government representative. Currently, that individuals from the Environmental Protection Agency. We always have someone from a state Department of Transportation, a state DOT. What's so fascinating about our current DOT representative, and I know you've had her on this program, is Erica Denny from the Colorado DOT. She actually was with a motor carrier. Her family has a trucking business where she worked, and now she's on the public sector side at the DOT. So it's all these very different perspectives coming together in a room to review. In a typical cycle, the RAC will review 25 to 30 individual research proposals, and every RAC member gets the opportunity to weigh in on the value they think that research will bring to the broader industry, but also bringing their perspective of their experience. I know we were talking about the entry-level driver training study at the RAC meeting, and we had some very cool insight from our road team captain, Emily Plummer, who drives for Prime, on the topic of entry-level driver training. And just hearing from a driver what her perspectives were on this study was fascinating.
Really quickly, if you guys are just joining us, we are joined by Rebecca Brewster. I just call her the head honcho over at ATRI. I mean, that's the gig, that's the job. I wanted to give you guys a couple of fun shout-outs here. Paul Starkey, about an earlier conversation, wanted to know if the machines that Cody talked about have their green cards or their CDLs. Colin, by the way, told us for the 4th of July that he turned 30 and played disc golf with 6 friends. That's a great 4th of July. Well executed.
Have you ever played disc golf?
I have, by the way. City Park has a course.
Well, they have one at Lafreniere, too. Rebecca, have you ever played
disc golf?
Disc golf?
So pretty much any question you're going to ever ask me about sports is going to be a no.
Okay.
So basically, Rebecca defines...
Just going to put that out there.
Rebecca's become a big fan of the phrase sports ball. So what sports ball are we talking about on this particular day? A couple of other quick shout-outs. Our good friend Scat Pack shouted out from Scat Pack's Garage and Trucking. We need more like Rick Gobble in trucking. Paul agreed, said yes, we do. Joe J said it was great to hear Dan over here. Good morning, Rick. And Bruce Almighty and Paul said on point, Rick. And Kevin, actually our good friend Trucker Bosun says good morning to you, Rebecca Brewster, who joins us this morning. We talk a lot about what has been and what is to come. I want to briefly touch on that because Dave's got some other stuff that he talked to you about talking about. But really quickly, tell us what's up for you this week. What are you looking at?
Oh, this week I am very busy. We've got several new research products we're going to put out. So we published a study not too long ago on how to expand truck parking at public rest areas. And one thing, particularly when we have a study like that that's focused on the public sector or opportunities for folks at different levels of government to be able to take the findings and run with them, we produce a one-pager because, let's face it, as much as we love our ATRI studies, getting a member of Congress to read a full ATRI study might be a lift with all they have going on. So we do
getting them to read green eggs and ham.
My God,
is like, I mean, they only do that in a filibuster. What are you talking about?
Yikes.
I mean, come on.
Okay, let's say Rebecca Brewster doesn't get political. She's just realistic about.
That's my job. That's my job. You get to be nonpartisan in a .org. I get to be .com. That's what I get to be. You know.
Absolutely, and we're also finishing up and likely to release next week our study that we have done on driver demographics, and so we throughout the history of ATRI have the benefit of multiple and years and in fact decades worth of driver surveys that have included driver responses. And so this research will take a look at using our survey data, data from OIDA, as well as data from the federal government, looking at sort of what the today's trucker looks like versus what they used to look like in terms of the demographics of the industry, and where that might open up some new pathways for the industry that have not been fully explored. For instance, young adults who are aging out of the foster care system. And so we have a drill down on what are the opportunities there. So that one will be coming out in the not too distant future. So we're doing a lot of final reviews as we do here.
You know, Dave and I look at a lot of the reports as they come out, and we actually have discussions about them. I will tell you, for very selfish reasons, as you probably can guess, the one you just mentioned is going to be of particular interest to us. Because it's also going to mean, I'll tell our listeners what I'm up to here. We're going to look at that report as well as everybody out there should. If you own a small carrier, if you own a small trucking company, you need to see who is out there because it's going to affect the way you recruit. We need to see who is out there because it's going to affect the way we program. Because we then have a double obligation. We have to make sure the people that we know are listening, and we know who they are because we can look at our numbers, but we also have to look at your numbers and see where the trends are in regards to onboarding new people in the industry. We want to get our hands on them. We want them listening here. And any carrier is going to want to know who is coming into the workforce in the biggest numbers and how it is they can actually secure those people to retain them for the future to build up their fleets, right?
Absolutely. And, you know, we've done separate studies looking at how do we make this industry more attractive to young people for driving positions. So that one we released several years ago. And then last year we released a very thorough examination of how we make this industry more attractive for women to come into driving positions. Had a lot of great input from women who had been in this industry from as much as 30 plus years to those who were just 2 years into their professional driving career. That was a fascinating study, and that is one that produced an industry action plan. So we identified what are those challenges for women coming into driving positions and, more importantly, staying in them, and then what can the industry do about it. So a very thorough checklist at the end of that report. If you're a motor carrier, here's what you can do to address those challenges. If you're a truck driver training school, here's what you can do to address those challenges and make it easier for women to come into your programs and successfully complete your programs. And then if you're a driver, if you're considering a career in trucking, here's what makes you aware of these challenges and what you as a driver can do. Or if you've been here for a long time and you're just frustrated by a certain aspect of it, there are some discrete steps laid out based on all the data collection and analysis we did that drivers themselves can do. So we continually, because workforce issues are so prevalent in the industry, we continually look at it based on the direction from our RAC, how we can get over those hurdles. And I know, Jimmy, you had Alex Leslie on our team talking about a study we're going to release in the not too distant future, looking at how we bring in more diesel techs into this industry, bring them in and keep them in. And so we have a very unique role at ATRI to be able to have our RAC identify these challenges for us, and then we design the research methodology and go collect the data and analyze it so that everybody benefits in the industry.
I just wish you were more passionate about onboarding younger people, and particularly women. I can't hear it in your voice, Rebecca. It is exciting, though. It's exciting, though, because it feels like this. I mean, because what data always has been for research is always about trying to see the mosaic, to take all those little bits and all those pieces and all those numbers and to see what the picture actually looks like, because we're all having these puzzles we're trying to solve in trucking. How do we get more young people on board? How do we get more young diesel technicians on board? How do we get more women on board? Because after all, it's a lot of the workforce that isn't working for this particular force of the industry. And it becomes like, how do we use the data to solve the problem? And it's really exciting, isn't it?
It is. And I guess one of the, biggest challenges I still wake up and think about in the middle of the night is we do such great work and we put it out there. How do we get it in the hands of the people who can put it to work? And, I think about people say, well, I just came across we just released our update to the operational cost of trucking. I just came across this, never knew you all existed. And I'm like, where have you been? Because we our website is so
Not
full of
listening
great
to us.
information.
That's their problem, Rebecca. If they listen to us, they get a chance to get to know you.
What
Shame
do
on
you
you.
think? What do you think the percentage of people, if you stood at the door of the fuel desk entrance at a truck stop with a clipboard and says, "Do you know what FMCSA stands for?" How many guys out there, women out there, do you think would know? I'll bet less than 50%.
Yeah, and that's a challenge.
Yeah,
That's a challenge.
I know, right? Because we think we're speaking to the entire industry. We're speaking to the stakeholders in this industry, not the steering wheel holders.
Right.
You know?
No, I know. So, getting the great research that the ATRI team does, and I can take no credit for the research. I'm just on the back end doing the final reviews and getting it ready and being the mouthpiece, if you will, to make sure people are aware of what we do. But how do we increase our penetration in the industry so that it serves its intended purpose, which is to raise the bar for everyone in the trucking industry?
One of the things, two of the things actually on the list.
Go for
is
three.
Going back to the list of the priorities in terms of research. The efficacy of entry-level driver training, that's about people primarily. Safety impacts of in-cab monitoring, and then capitalizing on telematics data. Those two kind of work hand in hand in a sense, at least from the descriptions of what the research will entail. But in-cab monitoring has pushed out a percentage. I don't know how many, because a lot of people talk big and then don't really act big. So, well, if they do that, I'm leaving. Well, you don't leave, and stuff like that. But people have left the industry. We talked a little bit earlier about the demise of the 5 and 5 split sleeper berth thing. We lost a lot of great husband and wife empty nester teams out there who were planning on just living out their lives together on the road, serving the country, but having a good. So all of that goes by the wayside. But we have people, technology is taking older people out of these trucks, but that same technology should be an attraction to younger people, and I think it is, because I remember 30 years ago a guy said, well, there are 6 computers under the hood of this truck. It was like, wait a minute now. Every computer under the hood of that truck has 6 other computers working for it. I mean, how many? 100 computers under the truck?
Absolutely.
So that should be very appealing to kids. So where is the missing link?
Because they're not selling it. They're not selling that.
Yeah.
They're not selling that. They're not selling that. And they're also, I'm sorry, Rebecca, I'm on my high horse now. The thing is that the best recruiting device any company has is its drivers, and they're not using their drivers to sell that. That's it. Simple, flat out. I'd like to see if the data bears that out, but the best commercial spots we always run are the ones where drivers actually give testimonials for their companies. They're not using the older drivers or the younger drivers they do on board to bring in more drivers. Love your thoughts on that.
No, I agree. And I mean, I think about my very first start in this industry was with a private fleet. It was back in the 80s. They had the first edition of trip recorders on the vehicles. And I got to work with the data that came off the trip recorder. But honestly, the driver resistance was so high because it was going to track MPG, speed, and hard braking, and that was it. They were not very sophisticated systems. But when we worked with the drivers and they understood the benefits that would accrue to them, either through incentive programs or just better understanding what they were doing when they were doing their jobs, made it such a selling point for them. And you're right. Get the driver buy-in on these systems, and they are your best recruiting tool.
You're our best recruiting tool, by the way. I'll tell you that right now. No, I'm serious, man. Your support of this, opportunity that we have engaged in has been one of the nicest things that we've gotten a chance to experience over the last couple of 2 months, as a matter of fact. Like I said, I can't get over it, by the way. If I had any sense following your advice, I would simply send the 2 kids that are to my left right now back to supply chain school and get them to be the host on the air, because that straight up would would fix my problems. Getting a couple of young voices on the air as well, too, might make a difference. Young voices that actually care about the men and women that drive. Rebecca, thank you so much for making time for us. We love having you on, and a great first way to get you on the platform. Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Rebecca Brewster, guys, go to truckingresearch.org. Keep it really simple. If you do that, it opens up a whole world of data and possibilities. I tell people who want to get to know about trucking, along with some of the trade journals, it's a hell of a place to start, isn't it?
And I get all of the research from ATRI the same way you would get it. They don't send it to me. I go online and fill out the little thing.
They don't sell it either.
And and hit the button and poof, there it is.
You get
absolutely free.
They don't sell it. They're not harking it. There's no shakedown coming later on. They are not for profit, and they are bolstered by many people in the industry. It is there, available for the big and the small. We got to take a quick break here on Nemo Nation. It's Monday, of course. We'll be right back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pittsburgh Power's OPS EcoPure gives you cleaner oil and saves you money with extended oil drains. The proprietary synthetic microglass bypass oil filter captures particulates down to 3 microns and gets rid of liquid contaminants too. Pittsburgh Power's industry-leading oil analysis allows them to monitor your engine's health and anticipate maintenance needs. Catch potential issues early and extend your engine's longevity with practical solutions tailored to you. Don't wait for breakdowns. Visit PittsburghPower.com and learn about OPS today.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
From the Big Easy to the open road, this is Nemo Nation, broadcasting live from Fastport Studios with your hosts, Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack.
Dave Nemo surprised me with something over the break, by the way, and we're going to actually force our next 2 guests to actually have a conversation with us about this as well. We're going to be talking with Dale Bennett just here in a minute, President and CEO of the Virginia Trucking Association. And Dave and I, after a moment of kind of back and forth, kind of decided that since it is National Rock and Roll Day, how did I miss that? National. I actually looked it up. I said it can't be, because the source that I always use to get my national days up usually has that at the top, and they didn't. Now, this is the thing that was just established in 2020, by the way. National Rock and Roll Day wasn't established until 2020. I have a feeling there's another day out there. I have a feeling there's another day out there, and this might be one of those cases of the real blankety blanks of trucking. You know, I mean, I'm interested to find out if there's another day. But 2020 was the establishment of, for in certain corners, National Rock and Roll Day, is it not?
Rocket 88, recorded at Sun Studios on this date back in 1953, is credited as being the first rock and roll record.
Rocket 88?
It wasn't and it was recorded in the Sun Studios. Who was the guy that headed up Sun? Sam. I can't remember.
If you told me 5 minutes ago, I could have come up with it. Not Sam Walton, dude. What is it? What are you talking about, Sam Walton?
Everybody knows. Sam Moore? No.
Sam Wainwright? No, I mean, Hee Haw and Merry Christmas. That's Sam Wainwright.
Yeah, but at any rate.
Hey, come on, Nemo Nation. There's lots of you guys over there talking on the newfangled technologies on the tubes of you. We need the last name for Sam. Without Sam, there is no rock and roll.
The profit from Rocket 88 enabled Sam to start Sun Records.
And he's going to leave it at that?
We're going to leave it at that.
Just going to leave it at that.
That's it.
By the way, would you care to do the honors of introducing our next guest, by the way?
Yes, indeed. I certainly would.
I'll take care of it. Dale Bennett is here. The president and CEO of the Virginia Trucking Association joins us this morning. It's good to have you guys. Go to vatrucking.org. Welcome to your first time on this new platform on Nemo Nation. How you doing, man?
We're doing great here in Virginia. A little hot and humid as it is throughout the southeast, but we're doing fine.
Let me tell you something. We're down here in the city of New Orleans, and the most merciful thing happened this summer. It always gets humid here. We actually had a drought the last couple of years in regards to rain. We had plenty of humidity. Don't worry, that's always alive and well down here. We've had merciful rain all summer long. We've gotten those 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the afternoon showers that have brought a little relief. Dale, we'll begin the same way we begin with every single guest on this wonderful morning. How did you spend your 4th of July?
I actually was fortunate enough to spend the 4th of July with my wife's family down at the Outer Banks off of North Carolina.
Oh, nice spot to be. That's for sure. That's for sure. Well, we got a lot to kind of get into and maybe get out of a few things before it's all over with here this morning. But just wanted to say welcome again to the show. And Dale, thanks for being with us. One of something caught my eye, and you know that we're going to talk a little bit about the I-81 corridor improvement plan. But I remember, and I want to go back maybe 20, 25, maybe possibly even 30 years ago. In terms of I-81, and I remember there was a real push for a while to really establish like truck lanes and rail in the middle and internet, communications down the medians and things like this on I-95. I-70, they looked at the same thing back in those days, starting at Wheeling and then going all the way out to Kansas City, where they would have truck lanes in the middle, car lanes with limited accesses, and special exits for trucks and different exits for cars. If you remember all of that stuff, all of that dust has settled and it's been pretty much forgotten by now. But now we have the I-81 2025 Corridor Improvement Plan. Being in the position that you're in and being in the position that the trucking industry and the association itself is in, you guys are going to be at those meetings, right?
Yes, we'll definitely have a presence there. Just as background, you talk about what was then planned program pushed by a consortium of major road building interest and financial interest, multinational almost in scope, called Star Solutions.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, you're right, sometime back, that was sort of toll battle 1 of 3 that this association has been through here in Virginia during my 35 years of leading this organization. So remember it well. We faced it again on I-95 and successfully turned that back. And then again in 2019 with the funding program that was finally developed and passed by the legislature that met a number of our criteria during that debate that we had put forward. And that is where we are today, that money that the trucking industry is paying a significant amount of new funding for improvements to the interstate is now in the process of being spent. And we've been through round 1, and VDOT, our Department of Transportation, is getting prepared for round 2 of project selection in that program.
Let me ask you a quick question. I was curious in regards to, say, fighting these battles, going through these battles. There are ideas, I call them zombie ideas. Some ideas are ideas that are good and never get across the finish line. Some ideas are zombie ideas. They keep coming back from the dead every time you kind of get rid of them. Do you sometimes feel like you're in that Sisyphean thing where you're rolling that rock up the hill and it rolls back down in regards to this, and sometimes the victory is simply stopping the things you don't want? Is that one of the principal jobs of the association, is not so much to get stuff done, although you do get a lot of stuff done, but to make sure certain things which always pop up every 5 to 10 years don't happen? Am I making sense, Dale?
Yes. I will say, when you represent the trucking industry, you spend more time playing defense than you do offense. But what is it that they say, that good defense wins championships? And that's what we like to think that we do. But with what happened in 2019, yes, it was our third time fighting this idea of tolling Virginia's existing interstate system, and in particular, any plans that were either purely truck only, or in the latest, or that last proposal in 2019 was sort of truck only light, where they had set up a toll structure that basically let passenger vehicles off the hook for paying for the majority of it. And we fought very hard. But being an industry and an organization that understands the importance of efficient, well-maintained highways, we didn't just say no. We said that we're willing to pay our fair share, and if you come up with a plan that does that, but does not involve tolling existing interstates, and certainly not truck-only tolls, then we'll sit down and talk. And that was ultimately the compromise that came about and was passed by the legislature.
So we have meetings 4 days next week: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Wayers Cave, Virginia; Winchester, Bristol, Virginia; Salem. You either personally or the association will be at all 4 of those meetings, I would imagine. What kind of people come to these things?
Well, there are a lot of local folks that live in the corridor that will come and register their comments and opinions on what they think should be done. Naturally, there are congestion issues. There's always been a concern just because of how much truck traffic that corridor carries. I mean, to put it in perspective for you, that of all the truck vehicle miles traveled on interstates in Virginia, 81 carries 43% of that. So it's a significant truck route. So that generally is going to generate, local citizen complaints and concerns about the amount of truck traffic. And anytime there's a crash, that is, of course, shuts the highway down and creates inconveniences for people. But you can bet that local citizens and local governments will be there expressing their opinion, and that's why it's very, very important for the trucking industry to have a presence at those meetings. And if they aren't able to attend, comments may be submitted online through the end of July. Through July 28th is the deadline. So we would strongly encourage people to go to the website improve81.org, and all the information about submitting comments online on the projects that they're looking at will be available there.
I wanted to ask you a process question about those meetings as well, too, because, you're going to make your presence felt, you're going to be known. You make a really wise observation that there are a lot of people who are residents of the area, many of whom, people want to have a quality of life, and people are always concerned about the highways they're merging into, about what kind of expansions are going to have an impact both on their environmental realities and their actual real estate realities. That being said, how do you guys represent yourself there? I mean, do you send in local members of the community who happen to also be a part of your association? How do you guys handle that from a political standpoint in a way that kind of acknowledges the concerns of these communities while at the same time reminding them of all the invaluable things that trucks being this close to their communities in fact bring them?
Oh, yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, that's the first thing we start out with is information about, the positive impact on trucking, the fact that trucking brings just about everything that we use in our everyday life at some point in time in the logistics chain, that trucking is going to be involved. We've been fortunate enough, because of the location of Virginia, to be very attractive for distribution centers and manufacturing facilities that provide a lot of local jobs and revenue. Well, without trucks, those businesses can't operate. So we remind folks of that. We also let them know that we are good citizens, that safety is at the top of the list of our priorities as an organization, as an industry, and that's why we support projects that are going to make the highway safer for everyone, not just the professional truck drivers that are out there doing their job, but also for the local citizens that are using the interstate. And we also encourage VDOT, and they've looked at it, to come up with plans that help locals get where they need to get without having to actually get on the interstate system to do that. So that's how we're there. And then we rely on our local members who operate every day up and down the corridor. They're drivers, both from here in Virginia and those from out of state that operate on the road every day. Their eyes and ears better know than I, sitting here in Richmond, what projects, what specific interchanges, what specific locations need to be improved and what those improvements might look like.
So they take, so they'll go to these meetings, the VDOT will go to these meetings, they'll bring back all of the information, I guess they're all recorded. So these meetings, is this listen, we're just being frank and open here, and I've never been to one of these meetings before. Are there significant, like if the local resident who lives at exit 19 and has a hard time getting to work in the morning, is that person given a lot of credence?
You ever been to a town hall?
meetings?
You ever been to a political town hall? It can, unless Dale corrects me, I can tell you right now, we've learned about the power of town halls, and that one really well-connected member of the community can show up and make a lot of grief. That's fair, right, Dale?
Yes, that is fair. But and why the one thing that is a positive about how VDOT has handled it, it is not purely a subjective process for selecting these corridors. We have a system that's used for statewide selection of projects called Smart Scale, and it uses specific criteria to sort of grade these projects, and then they rank them according to those grades. And they'll, for example, they're going to determine the top 25% of 1 mile segments based on performance measures that are crash severity, crash frequency, person hours of delay, and person hours of incident delay. So it is sort of safety-based and congestion-based selection of these projects. So it's not purely subjective. There is an objective component to it that we think sort of can help take the politics out of it, so to speak, not the pork barrel stuff that we hear about in Washington that happens with used to happen up there when they had earmarks kind of thing. So we think they've done a good job of addressing that and trying to keep that from happening.
Kind of clear all of that stuff out before folks open the doors for the meetings.
Well, no, guys, I got to tell you, I love earmarks. It's a chance for somebody like me who doesn't know anything about anything to get a little something to the action. That's a bad thing? I'm totally kidding, by the way, Dale. I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding.
It depends on whether you like the earmark or not, right?
Yeah, I mean, one guy's earmark is another guy's progress. Don't ever forget that, by the way.
Correct.
I know you've run into that a million times, by the way. And, of course, guys, I'm joking here with Dale. But that really is kind of the case, too, because sometimes you're dealing with stuff. That's the other thing, too. You guys have to deal with stuff that often has nothing to do with either trucking or transportation that somehow makes its ways into these equations that often can sink a project that you guys are really counting on as well, right? Am I being clear here?
Yes, you're being very, very clear. And one of the positive components of the 2019 legislation was the fact that this money that was generated with these increased fuel taxes and IFTA taxes and registration fees was put specifically into an interstate improvement fund. That was part of our criteria for a plan that we could support, was that the money we were going to pay in taxes needed to be used for the roads we use in Virginia, which is mainly interstates. And it was set aside for that, where beforehand these interstate improvement projects had to compete with all kinds of other projects within a larger transportation funding pot of money. So, the people that wanted the local, biking trail improved or railroad station, preserved or different things like that, these interstate projects were having to compete with that. That's no longer the case because this money is now set aside in a fund specifically for interstate improvements, and that's what it has to be used for, and that's what this process helping us arrive at projects to be funded out of that set-aside fund.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think I have learned a lot here about the process. Obviously, we don't know what's going to come of these meetings. I don't know if there's a real hard timetable in terms of when we can expect the next phase of the project going. So we'll leave it there. Kind of changing lanes though right now to move back into the general trucking world. A lot of big ticket announcements have been made over the last several days, not the least of which is the speed limiter issue. I remember back in the late 60s, Claude Gray was a great country music performer, Grand Ole Opry star, and he had a song called How Fast Them Trucks Can Go. And we used to play that on the old road gang all the time. And now How Fast Them Trucks Can Go is back on the front page again in terms of the speed limiters, the so-called death of the speed limiter, and we find out, no, it's not death. It's only been put to sleep for a while. Stay tuned for further information. The industry, I don't know if the industry, it's not split 50-50, but there certainly is a split in terms of the necessity, the efficacy, and the desirability of speed limitation of trucks, especially when you get into a state like Virginia. Interstate 10 across Louisiana, it's a flat run, but in Virginia there hardly are any flat runs, so you have speed differentials already at play in terms of truck traffic on the hills. What is the membership saying now? What have you heard so far over the holiday weekend, so to speak, about the speed limiter thing?
Well, we have not heard, a lot about this most recent development, but, I will tell you this, that like the rest of the industry, there are differing opinions within our membership. But one thing we did know for sure and for certain is that the one-size-fits-all proposal won't work, does not work. It'll create more problems than it's probably with good intentions trying to solve for the very reasons you just said. I mean, driving an 80,000-pound tractor-trailer in and around the Commonwealth of Virginia is much different than some of the more sparsely populated states out west. It's just a different situation. So that's one thing that we all agreed on, was that a one-size-fits-all solution is not a good solution at all.
That's a common thing in trucking, by the way, Dale. That's something that a lot of people are beginning to realize, that to consider, trucking a singular industry, other than its desire for a fair shake and not to be turned into a piggy bank. Other than that, it really is. You're talking about very separate entities with very separate interests, which is part of the challenge you have with your own organization, right? Can we talk a little bit? We had something on the table, didn't we, Dave, that we got to talk about, right? There's one more thing we got to talk about with Dale, isn't there? And the idea of where we're headed next, where you see the next couple of months going for trucking, how things are going trucking-wise in your community and with your organization. I wonder if you could kind of unpack that for us.
Well, I think first of all and foremost on everyone in the industry's mind right now is a struggle. It's, as I have talked to legislators and policymakers over the last year and a half, they said, Dale, how is trucking? I said, trucking is not very good. And they looked at me real surprised. And really? And I said, yes, we've been in a freight recession for over 2 years now, and it is hurting. And they're very, very surprised to hear that, that the industry has been struggling like it is. So, obviously our eyes and focus are going to be getting this economy back on track, getting freight volumes and freight demand back up so that our members and the industry can make a decent profit and be able to afford to stay in business and provide the valuable service that we do. And I know that you had my good friend Rebecca Brewster from Atria on just before me, and their most recent operational cost study tells you exactly how the industry's been struggling. So it has been a struggle, and we've got to educate policymakers about that struggle and keep hitting them hard with the things that they need to do to turn this around so that this industry can survive and make a little money while doing it.
Okay, and when you say that kind of stuff, people, if non-trucking folks are listening, they don't get it because they're getting their food, they're getting their clothes, everybody shows up with their packages, and they're spending as much money as they ever had. So it doesn't. I don't think folks can connect to that because they're not feeling it. Usually when something goes wrong, everybody feels it. When something goes wrong in trucking, it goes wrong for a long, long time before, somehow or another, before the general consumer feels it. Going back to 2008, 2009, the same kind of a thing, you know. Why is trucking bad off right now? Is it because of and there's so many facets. So weather plays into it dramatically, and has been, say, over the last maybe 3 years. And then and then you have the tariff confusion.
By the way, yeah, what's going on? I mean, can you kind of just pin down and say what's going on here that is actually causing this contraction and the capacity crunch that's going on? When I say capacity crunch, I mean too much of it.
Right. Well, and I think that in trucking, there's never a simple answer to any of these. It always seems to be that combination of factors.
Mm-hmm.
The freight demand. Obviously, trucking couldn't have been any better coming out of the pandemic, and that was just an unsustainable level. And we're in a correction process for that right now. What's happening with cost? We've had to raise, what we pay workers. Our labor costs are up. Our operational costs are up. Our insurance costs are up, and certainly the nuclear verdict situation, the tort situation, is contributing significantly to that effect to it. So.
Oh, and by the way, how about the Werner overturn, huh?
Well, I mean, finally there's some common sense.
Common sense. A very unexpected common sense, though, as far as I'm concerned. Jeez, that was great.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry, you just caught me on that one.
No, but I'll say on that issue, hopefully, the insurance industry and others will take note of that and say, until we do something, that's the threat that's out there. That any day you could be subject to one of those nuclear verdicts that just put you out of business, and you're gone. It's very, very unsettling for someone that owns and operates trucks and has their name on the side of them going up and down the road. But again, as I said before, it's a combination of factors, and there's no silver bullet. When you're talking about the issues in this industry, there's no silver bullet, and it's a combination of factors. We've got to get freight demand back up. We've got to do what we can to reduce costs and temper those as much as we can. And I think capacity. We had a whole lot of capacity enter the industry following the pandemic when rates were high and plenty of freight to haul, and that's just not the case anymore. And until that capacity, sort of filtered out, we get back in a little more of an equilibrium. It's going to be difficult to survive and make much money in this industry.
How's your, and by the way, just a kind of an anecdotal thing, how are your intermodal guys doing? How are the guys who actually work in the ports doing these days in regards to your membership?
Well, they're doing, okay, certainly better than, the folks on the West Coast. Obviously being an East Coast port, we weren't reliant or don't have as much of the freight from Eastern Asia, from that part of the world.
Not as targeted.
Virginia ports.
Not as targeted. Absolutely. So
Correct. Our percentage is much lower, than the ports in California out on the West Coast. So, and our port is pretty nimble. They're doing a good job of adjusting and trying to survive and weather the storm. And it's up and down. Like, the whole tariff situation made everything sort of up and down as people rush to build up inventories, influx of business, and then it cools off a little bit and picks up a little bit. And that's just sort of the nature of being part of this wonderful industry we call trucking.
WWT.
How long have you been in the game, by the way, Dale?
Oh, you had to ask.
I did. I got a guy's been doing this for 55 years. No shame. Whatever you got is going to probably pale. Go ahead.
Not there. It has been my honor to work for this association and represent all the good trucking companies located here in Virginia and those that do business here. I have worked here for, as of July 1, this past July 1, 42 years.
Whoa.
84. No, 41. I had to stop. 41. So see, it's so much I can't even do the math in my head. It's so big. And then I have been CEO as of October 1 will have been for 36 years.
Congratulations. Anybody survives that long in trucking really loves it as a passion project and not just as a profession. And it's an absolute pleasure meeting you for the first time, Dale. You're welcome back anytime on this new platform. We loved having you, my friend.
Hey, please invite me anytime. If I'm available, I will certainly be happy to do it, and we'll move things around so I can.
It's the only place I've lived as a kid besides the city of New Orleans, Fairfax County, Virginia. You can probably guess what my dad did in the late 60s. Thank you, Dale.
All right. Thank you, too. Y'all take care. Bye-bye.
Nemo Nation will continue with another executive, another head honcho of a trucking association. Ben Greenberg's going to be joining. I got that right, didn't I?
You did indeed.
From the North Carolina Trucking Association. Madison's going to hit that music for us. We're going to slide into this break here. Hey, guys, we are getting closer and closer to that magic 1,000 number. Jump in, subscribe. It don't cost nothing.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet Restaurant inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
This is Nemo Nation. You're riding shotgun once again with Dave and Jimmy, live from New Orleans.
Thank you, Madison, with a T. By the way, it was Sam Phillips. Sweet
Sam
mother of
Phillips,
Pearl.
yes, my goodness.
Sweet mother of
gracious
Pearl.
alive.
I think I pulled something trying to,
Wow.
I didn't want to, and I didn't want to drop that on Dale. I figured that out like a second after Dale came on the air, and then I'm like going, Phillips! Like, what do you want, a screwdriver? Phillips! What's going on, man? Sam Phillips has, in many ways, accelerated the growth of rock and roll. Absolutely. Of course, with a big assist by Alan Freed. Before we welcome our next guest, speaking of rock and roll, one of your favorite people in the whole widest world, Dave, is going to be joining us tomorrow on Road Gang Radio. And that, of course, is Scott Shea. Summer of Love, Sly Stone, and Brian Wilson. He's got a great article in Strange Brew, as he always does, about the Monterey Pop Festival. And, baby, you know that is one of my favorite stories of all time. I don't know if Phone Master Dre and Madison know that story. You know that song, If You're Going to San Francisco, Make Sure You Wear Flowers in Your Hair? You know that one? If you're going to San Francisco, be sure to wear some flowers in your hair. That wasn't bad, by the way.
Not bad.
That's
a good song.
That's pretty good harmony right there. That song, which became like the revolutionary outcry of the Prague Spring and for big mass movements across the planet in 1968, here's the punchline. It was a commercial. It was a commercial written for the Monterey Pop Festival to encourage kids to make their way out to the Monterey Pop Festival, most famously recorded by D.A. Pennebaker, made Janis Joplin and a whole lot of other people a star, made Ravi Shankar a big star as well because he was the only person that got paid. Everybody else wasn't. It was okay. People were not, people didn't get robbed. It was a very well-run event. But the idea was it was a genuine merchandising opportunity and exposure opportunity for all the bands involved. Shankar had to come from India to make his way to that stage. Therefore, he and his people had to get paid for obvious reasons. It is, the only person that performed twice, Janis Joplin, because her stupid manager didn't let her get filmed the first day. Oh. And they had to beg, and John Phillips, who ran the festival, said, okay, you can get back on. We pivot now, and by the way, it's a good conversation to have. Today is National Rock and Roll Day, which is near and dear, of course, to our good friend Dave's heart. But Scott Shea will be here tomorrow to talk about Sly Stone, Brian Wilson, The Summer of Love, and a whole bunch of other groovy stuff. We are thrilled, by the way.
Can I just interject?
One more time.
Kevin said Sam Phillips in the chat on YouTube.
Well done. Well done, Trucker Bosun. Mm-hmm. Well done, Trucker Bosun. Ben Greenberg joins us. He's the president and CEO of the North Carolina Trucking Association. I don't know if he remembers me, Dave, but I had a great time with him down in one of my favorite states, Georgia, because I went to the University of Georgia. Mm-hmm. And by the way, Madison is somebody who's actually spent a little bit of quality time in Georgia, too. She is a SCAD grad. As well. But Ben doesn't want to talk about Georgia. He wants to talk about North Carolina. He, of course, is the president and CEO of the NC Trucking Association. Go to nctrucking.com to get the deets. Good morning to you, Ben. Welcome for your first time on this platform. It's Nemo Nation. Good morning to you, Ben Greenberg.
Yeah, good morning. Happy to be here.
So let's just kind of dig in right now. We'll just kind of jump right in at the top of this. You've been with the gang since 2022. Can you talk about what it is you're kind of tracking these days, what it is your members are most hooked into, and what, as the head of the whole thing, you're kind of paying really close attention to both on a local and national level in regards to transportation and trucking?
Yeah, so the biggest issue, and I'm sure it's for everyone, across the country, is the economy. That's like a hot topic. What's going on with trade, what's going on with tariffs, how is that impacting trucking? Specifically in North Carolina, if you look at things that you can potentially control, we've had a really heavy focus these past couple of cycles on trying to provide some relief to the truckers out there and the trucking community on some of their cost, and largely focused on some relief in the predatory towing space, knowing that that's kind of a wild west in North Carolina with it being mostly unregulated.
I got to tell you, man, and it's like I was going to kind of ask you about that as well, too. Have you been looking at the models of, towing reform, some of the stuff going on in Arkansas, some of the other states? I hope I'm getting my states right here. There have been a number of states who actually been looking, have done some serious reform in regard to predatory towing. What are you guys doing on that front, by the way, and how are you guys approaching that situation? Because it is a problem.
Yeah, and it's a patchwork of state issues, right? It's not something that you can really fixed federally. And so with the state trucking associations, we're part of a federation. And so I do work closely with my colleagues like Shannon in Arkansas or Donna in Tennessee and the rest of the Southeast and across the country on trying to crack the nut, find a silver bullet, find some common sense language that makes sense just to put up some reasonable guardrails to keep the freight moving. And so in North Carolina, we've been kind of focused on three main problem areas. One has to do with commercial booting or booting trucks in North Carolina, release of commercial cargo, which is a challenge in our state, and then just some reasonable guardrails on the record rotation. God forbid one of your listeners is involved in a collision, what it costs to get their truck, tractor, cargo, et cetera, recovered. State Highway Patrol has to call a towing and recovery service to get the roadways cleared up to avoid a secondary accident.
Let me kind of follow up with that really quickly too, because you actually explained the wrecker situation pretty good here. You talk about the idea of banning booting and immobilizing commercial motor vehicles, and like I said, a lot of our listeners are longtime listeners, longtime over the road people. Can you explain to the people who are just kind of coming on board what it is that you guys are fighting in regards to what the impact of what booting and immobilizing CMVs in fact does? what the impact of that is on the industry and what it is in regards to highway safety as well, too.
Yeah, sure. So, it all stems from a common problem that we have throughout the country. There's a lack of available truck parking, right? ATRI points us to the fact that there's one truck spot for every 11 trucks that are out there on the road. So there's a lack of truck parking. Your listeners have a federally limited amount of time they can drive their trucks, and they get involved in congestion, traffic, an accident, et cetera. They're required to stop, but they're not guaranteed a safe place to park or a legal place to park. And so you get into a situation, particularly problematic in North Carolina, in the Charlotte market, where some opportunists have popped up to start booting commercial trucks in lots. And there's a variety of instances in how this can happen. There's situations where businesses have available commercial truck parking, but it might just only be valid during the hours that the business is in operation. So just to give you a concrete example, we had a member company driver, at a local fast food restaurant. I won't name the company. Got there around 10:45, ordered a biscuit. That might give it away for the North Carolina listeners, and was eating the biscuit in his truck, and 11 rolled by, and that's when the establishment closed. And next thing the driver hears is a knock on his door that he's been booted for not being parked somewhere legally anymore. And, it'd be one thing if it was just a ticket or a small fee to kind of, punish the potentially bad behavior, not parking somewhere where you're supposed to be past a certain time. But these fees are easily in excess of $3,000, and it's not a situation where they will accept many forms of payment. It's cash, Zelle, Cash App. They want the money immediately and won't allow you to move until you pay it.
There's a word for that. It's actually two words combined into one, and it ends with a down and begins with a shake. And since we're not talking about Shake Shack, I get to say this out loud. It's a shakedown. I mean, I don't even – you ain't got to say it, Ben. I'm going to let you off the hook here. You can be all political and all this kind of stuff. That's a genuine bona fide shakedown. Nice truck you got here. Be ashamed if you couldn't get out of the boot, huh? I mean, that's really I mean, that's the truth of the matter, right? I mean, good God Almighty.
It's piracy. I mean, that's what it is. And, the joke is, when you talk to policymakers and legislators on this, well, does this mean that the trucks can park wherever they want? And the answer, of course, is no. If you've got a truck parked somewhere where it doesn't belong, fairly common sense would let folks know that immobilizing it where you don't want it isn't solving your problem, right?
Well, I mean, I'm going to tell you a strange little story that involves towing, but not of commercial vehicles, but it'll make sense when I get to the end of it. So there was a councilman in the city of New Orleans who actually happened to have a major contributor who was a tower. And this is a true story. A woman parks in the parking lot of Burger King. She goes in and she grabs a couple of burgers for her children and then walks to the parking lot right next door and walks in to the Louisiana Pizza Kitchen to get herself a salad. When she and her two children come out of the pizza kitchen, with them still holding the Burger King bags, by the way, they're already towed. It's 15 minutes later, which meant somebody was standing there waiting for it to happen and did it. That, of course, set off a domino effect where a single-issue candidate was then able to storm in and pretty much cancel the contract from the city. And I was curious, Ben, and I don't want to put you in an awkward position. What is the issue here in regards to why do these companies have their deals, and is there something going on that can be prevented by political reform? Because you guys got a Senate bill right now that got passage. I mean, how much of this is interconnected to simply old school, good old boy North Carolina politics? And you can say, I don't know what you're talking about. Keep your head down. But I was curious about that.
Yeah, I think the good thing, at least in North Carolina, is that our General Assembly is well aware of trucking's impact, not only in the state, but for the greater economy throughout the country. And, unfortunately, problems is what normally gets folks' eyes open to how essential and important trucking is. And so, a lot of that started with COVID, supply chain, all of a sudden being a topic at the Thanksgiving dinner table when folks didn't have toilet paper. But then again, unfortunately, and I've been on the show talking about it with the recovery and aftermath of Hurricane Helene, all that aid and relief went in on truck. Western North Carolina will continue to get rebuilt by truck. And so there's a great appreciation at the General Assembly for trucking and its importance to the economy. And so it was frankly just a matter of going and saying, hey, this is the issue. This is what it looks like. Make it make sense on how 15 minutes of labor should result in a $3,000 plus charge. And of course, that was a conversation that went over really well at the General Assembly, so much that this bill that you're talking about, Senate Bill 311, passed unanimously through both chambers at some point in time. And so the bill had a different title when it was first filed, but we passed 108 yay votes, 0 nay votes in the House, and similarly when the bill was in the Senate in its final form, passed unanimously as well. And, again, not diving into partisan politics, but if you look at the news, look at the media, and you see how Republicans and Democrats get along with each other, they don't find too many things in common that they agree on.
Actually, you're speaking bipartisanly. I mean, that's what you're doing here. I mean, the fact of the matter is, it's like the idea of a unanimous passage out of any state legislature these days, unless it's California where everybody's a Democrat, or Alabama where everybody's a Republican, is a rare thing. I mean, this is extraordinary what you guys have accomplished. And in case people didn't know, North Carolina is incredibly purple, so it really is an achievement on you guys' parts. You must be very proud.
100%. And it's our win, as a sort of the chief cheerleader for the industry, but it's the truckers' wins, right? They were able to come in person to our General Assembly, and you got representation from our companies, from owner-operators that have been to our General Assembly with us, individual drivers, all the way up to owners, CEOs, and everyone in between has come to just tell these real stories of trucking and how this has impacted their businesses in a otherwise tough freight economy. And those stories resonated. They were quoted during committee hearings and during final votes. And I think that type of momentum is what was able to get us across the finish line. And again, unanimously in this day and age of politics, which is just a huge win. And we're just excited to put an end to an otherwise predatory practice.
Boy, this is a real, I'm going to use the term, this is a real boots on the ground, no pun intended. Gee, I didn't get that was a pun until I said it. But this is a boots on the ground. We put that boot off the wheel and put it on the ground. But boots on the ground issue that you guys really jumped into, and really, I'm looking at the comments on the LinkedIn page where you made the post about this, and wow, I mean, the comments are just outstanding. But you mentioned a name, and I'm not going to repeat the name because you probably just don't want to hear it again. I'm just going to say the hurricane, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. And I ran across something, because we haven't talked in a while, Ben. Not that we've forgotten, but we just haven't talked. I remember early on after the hurricane over on the east side of the state on I-40, there was a big question as to, well, what are we going to do? Because the stuff we need to build the road is gone. Are we going to have to build a bridge here or what? And they found some rock. Of all things.
There's a little bit on the planet. There is a little bit out there.
They've got some rock. They've got a couple of sites now. So the question of, well, where are we going to get rocks? Well, we know. And then where are we going to put all this stuff? They've solved that. So they have a place to extract and to store the material now to rebuild those sections of I-40. That's got to be one of the biggest moves forward on this so far.
Yeah, 100%. And we got the lanes going in one direction open earlier than expected. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, had some setbacks with additional flooding, but it's such a huge need. We joke. The workaround is going through a not so congested city known as Atlanta, which I'm sure some of your listeners are probably sitting in traffic in Atlanta right now, and not a place you want to be at if you're trying to get from North Carolina to Tennessee. So it's just incredibly important to be able to get that roadway up and running and stable, for the potential next one. Yeah.
So is that the last section then of 40 that that's really on the North Carolina? There's a section on the Tennessee side that's been fairly well taken care of, but this is the major area right now. This is the big one.
Correct, 100%.
Yeah.
Really quickly, let's we're gonna shift here one more time. We're gonna go back to the bill, and then I got some other fun stuff. Some fun stuff, actually, I want to ask you about. You guys are fairly confident as the bill heads to Governor Stein's desk, it's a done deal, right? I mean, you feel like this is a fait accompli now, correct?
We do. I never want to count my eggs before they hatch. I'm actually on the governor's webpage right now refreshing because we're actually expecting a signature to potentially happen today. So we could be breaking news live as it occurs. But, if you go to the governor's page and you see what bills are pending, you see our bill, and it's the oldest one on the list, and the governor only has so long to act on it. And just with the way that the bill passed, almost unanimously. Now, granted, it did get some additional provisions tucked into it. That's how the sausage gets made in politics. You don't generally have a single issue bill anymore, so there are some other aspects of it that are out there, but we're not expecting it to get vetoed.
Yeah, and the fact that the unanimous passage also suggests that there's nobody who has got the governor's ear in the House or the Senate who doesn't want this thing to kind of make its way through. So now we pivot, of course. The problem with trucking is that it moves so fast. You celebrate your victories while you're gearing up for the next battle or for the next request. What do you guys have next on the agenda? Now, when this gets done, when that page refreshes one more time and you can look and go, okay, now we can pop a little champagne, what are you talking about doing after? Where's the association headed next?
Yeah, the next piece of it is still looking at towing, but it's providing that fix in the record rotation space, because that's just another area where there are no guardrails and the bills can be astronomical, something that would make anyone blush when it comes to the services / cost being put out there on some of these invoices. And so, we just need somebody to be able to call balls and strikes on what's fair and reasonable. And I always caveat this whenever I'm talking about this space. Towing and recovery is an essential service, just like trucking is. We have to have good, honorable operators that are out there, and they've got heavy investments in equipment to be able to get the roadways cleared, to avoid secondary accidents and avoid all the problems that can come following a collision. So we've got to incentivize and have good operators out there, but we've also got to have some reasonable guardrails on what they can charge.
Well, in many ways, it's an issue like brokers. I realize that's two very separate issues, but at the same time, it's one of those things where the people who are playing legitimately within the sphere have a vested interest in actually these kind of bills passing, because it allows for better competition in regards to people providing service as opposed to preying upon those who have either made a mistake or those who have been involved in somebody else's mistake, and that's what's so crucial. The other thing I wanted you to talk about, and I keep kind of coming back to it, is the idea of explain to our listeners, many of whom know the answer, but from your own perspective and for your members, the idea of not releasing cargo either. Because that becomes another issue, too, as well, where it's like, look, the cargo's not to blame, and the customer is not to blame for this. We've got to be able to deliver this stuff at some point. Sometimes it's time sensitive. It's a real problem, isn't it?
No, it's a huge issue, and, it doesn't belong to the trucking company in most instances, right? But, unfortunately, it's just held hostage to get the bills paid, because most folks would be willing to hash out a predatory bill in court. But if you've got groceries that are due at 0300 and you get booted or towed on Saturday night or Sunday morning, you're not going to find any legal process that's going to get you relief in time. And when you look at the larger freight economy, unfortunately, folks are making decisions to pay these ransoms because they got to keep the customer happy, knowing that one customer relationship soured over a tow delay, could mean a cancellation of that contract, or they lose that lane, and that could be the final sort of straw that breaks the camel's back of a trucking company. And so that's a key piece to this predatory towing that we're dealing with, is making sure that cargo can be timely released, and also make sure that, look, the towing and recovery company is protected as well. And so what we did with this bill is that we allowed for a trailer swap. That's one means of being able to accomplish that, because at the end of the day, the towing and recovery company needs to have a possessory lien on the piece of equipment that they towed to make sure they get paid. We just got to keep the cargo moving, because it could be time sensitive, it could be expiring, it could be on a reefer. And so what this bill does is allows you to bring an empty trailer within 5 model years, swap it out, keep the freight moving, and then you're able to have a little bit more time and breathing room to deal with the bill and make sure that that's ultimately fair.
Yeah, and for the people who are actually engaged in the kind of ethical behavior that you talked about, that so many who are actually in that line of work are, that should be a no-brainer. It's like as long as we have, as long as we have the collateral we need to be able to enforce what it is that's happened, there's no reason we should hold up the goods and services or shut down a business in the blink of an eye, many of which run by kind of grocery store profit margins. It's an important thing to remember. Okay, we're almost out of time here. Just wanted to ask you what you did for the 4th of July, how it was, how your weekend was, how your family is.
Family's great. We've got a young family over here at the Greenberg household, so we've got an 18-month and a 4-year-old. So we frequently like to refer to it as surviving and advancing, and we did just that. We kept everybody happy, did some nice walks, had some good meals, and entertained the family.
Yeah, it's just the best holiday in the world because, Ben, you get to celebrate it any way you want. There is no line of pattern that you have to follow. There is no one route for the 4th of July. Just a lot of joy and a chance to enjoy your family. You are welcome back anytime, our friend. We love having you on. Congratulations again. All of those kudos. I know you downplayed it yourself, but Dave and I wanted to tell you congratulations. It's a big win. It's a big win because it's a win that everybody over there is celebrating as opposed to a contentious, ugly issue on the floor of the House. Well done.
100%. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ben Greenberg, of course, is the president and CEO of the North Carolina Trucking Association. He joins us in the final half hour. He joined us in the final half hour of Nemo Nation here on RadioNemo.com. By the way, if you are listening right now on the tube of you, never forget you can also hear us on the Book of Face. If, in fact, that doesn't work for you, Odyssey awaits your loving embrace, as does Pandora and another app of which we will not speak. But on RadioNemo.com, you can hear us on 365, and, of course, our heart goes out to iHeart and all those listening out there. What you got planned for the rest of the day, Mr. Nemo?
Well, I am going to finish detailing the car, going to the gym, going to finish some gardening projects I have, if I have some time, if it doesn't rain.
Well, it's going to rain.
Yeah.
The question is, when does it rain? That's the big question.
I'm trying to time it so it starts raining just before I'm about to go do the gardening.
That's kind of fantastic, by the way.
It's all about time.
I'll tell you this, though, and you said it, too, before. Guys, we do not dread rain around here. Without rain over the summer, it is just a humid soup. Mm-hmm. It is as nasty as you possibly can imagine. So when those rains come, like they did yesterday, did you get the rain yesterday? Because, man, it came down here like a son bitch. I mean, it came down like there was no tomorrow, and then it was over.
It sounded like it would have, but it wasn't raining. It's kind of weird.
And look at that. Our good friend Brad Bentley is walking in here, as he often does. Fastport solves America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeship to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org, by the way. Dave, I have to tell you, man, I can't wait for ESPN2 to release the footage of the Tyrannosaurus T-Rex race.
I didn't see that. Or
you don't have to see it. It hasn't been broadcast. It got covered by UPI's Odd Sports, dude.
Yeah. Okay,
Ben Hooper, who, by the way, we should get Ben Hooper on this show. Man, he does great work over there at UPI's Odd News.
Yeah, let's get him on.
We should get him on. But no, dude, it hasn't even come on yet. Sometime later in the summer, ESPN2 will be showing the T-Rex races. By the way,
keep me up to date. If you get some news on that, let me know.
Over in Snohomish, man.
But look, I have
I just love saying
I have
Snohomish.
A list here.
Okay, go ahead.
NationalDayCalendar.com. Today is the day of rock and roll.
I know.
They put out
only
a
rock
list
and roll, but I like
of the top 10 rock musicians of all time. I'm reading the list.
Already disagree.
I don't want to hear anything. All right, I'm just going to read it. Everybody in this room and everybody out there. Number 10 is Steve Tyler. Number 9 is Elton John.
Okay.
Number 8 is Tina Turner. Don't stop me. Number 7 is Freddie Mercury. Number 6 is Robert Plant. 5, Jimi Hendrix. 4, Janis Joplin, aforementioned. Prince. Number 3, Kurt Cobain. Number 2, and Elvis Presley. Number 1. Where did that list come from? Where did this list? It doesn't say where the list comes from, but it's out there.
How about this? How about number 3, George Harrison, number 2, Paul McCartney, number 1, John Lennon, or any order you choose? What's going on with that?
Exactly.
Now, I can't even say frontman though. What?
If you're gonna
wait, okay, you got rock and roll. Okay, wait, you have rock and roll, and then you also have contemporary music, where the Beatles rock and roll.
Have you heard Helter Skelter?
Yeah.
Have you heard Shake It Up, Baby?
Yeah.
I mean,
they
Twist and
played
Shout.
rock and roll songs, but was their opus magnum rock?
Dude, that's what?
And roll.
What?
I gotta jump in.
There's rock and there's rock and roll.
Why is the architect of rock and roll not in there, Little Richard? Because you got Tina Turner and you got.
Darling.
You know when the term rock and roll came out? 1932.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go through a single Beatle album. Let's just go through a single Beatle album. No.
This is
I
a
know.
way to end the
Smarty
show right
Pants.
here.
Let's go through a single Beatle album. So is "Oh Darling" a rock and roll song?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Yeah, I guess. Well, I guess.
Okay, so you can pick out a handful of.
Oh no,
rock
I'm
and
gonna
roll
keep on. I'm gonna
songs
keep
that
on.
the Beatles
I'm gonna
did.
keep on going, brother. Let's keep on. One album is "Come Together" a rock and roll song.
No, it's not.
What is it?
It's a rock song. There's a difference.
I love how this is the last 3 minutes of the show.
So how is Freddie Mercury rock and roll? And
I didn't say he was. They said he was.
Did y'all hear what happened over the weekend with the big celebration? It was like the last concert and hoorah of Black Sabbath and Ozzy Osbourne and the big celebration they did for him.
Where's Ozzy?
Oh, that's yeah. Where's Ozzy now,
Where
Liz?
is Ozzy?
I don't know.
Well, that's heavy metal. That's not rock and roll.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah. By the way, these are the same people making these claims that think we're all just one great nation and nobody's different. Really? So who are the top 10 rock and roll acts as far as you're concerned? Put your feet down.
Oh, the top 10 rock and roll acts. I would have to start off with Bill Haley and his Comets.
I can go with that. A little old school. Because
I
Shake,
would have
Rattle,
to
and
go
Roll
back.
is amazing.
Yeah,
but they've
I
only got
would
like 5 rock and roll songs. The rest of it is of a different genre. They break through late, and they get about 5 or 6 of those, and then they're done. But you could make a case for them as kind of like, the alpha omega kind of thing. They are the original. They are the OG. So you can go with them.
It started off as country.
Yeah, but is Elvis rock and roll?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot. I mean, but like Kentucky Rain.
No, he has a collection of work that is not rock and roll.
Why didn't you start this conversation earlier? We could have had it with Ben Greenberg and not talked about predatory towing. I'm just saying. Hey guys, this has been great. Nemo Nation has come to you live from the Fastport Studios over here at the historic Degas House. Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Dre, and Madison with a T on the ones and the twos for a large part of today's show. Brad Bentley is in the house, guys. If you really do want to attend that July 23rd show, you should come on by. Let us know. Go to weekends@radionemo.com and send us an RSVP. Is it about time to play that music?
Sounds like it.
That's not rock and roll. Is that rock and roll?
No.
Wait. It's kind of rolling. It's kind of rocking. You say no.
I don't know if this is rock and roll.
It might get there in the next step.